Hello! Alrighty, well, welcome back to another Blueprint stream. Apologies to those on YouTube. I saw somebody comment, yes, I am later than I initially scheduled. Something popped up, so apologies for the delay. And genuinely, if you are still here or come back to watch the VOD later, I appreciate you being here. I know that not many folks tune into me live, and it's really nice to see that you were actually paying attention to that, and that is my bad. And even if you aren't here, I do appreciate you. But, we are going places in Blueprints. We are, I don't even know how far along I am anymore. I was told I was close to 50% a while back, and I can't tell if I've actually made significant progress since that time. So maybe I'm more than 50%, maybe not. But current goals that we have, we found 2 new rooms last time. We found the kennel, which is just a pretty mundane seeming one from the drafting room, but we also found a black print for the it was a red print for the lost and found. And I wonder if something important might be in the lost and found for us to find. We also have the throne room, which is still a very big one. We know that we need to get to the security panel behind it. That requires some setup. And then Lady Epson's diary, if we are fortunate enough to get the tomb in our outer room. There's a couple other things, but I think that getting those... Oh, in the mailroom. Basically, outside of a very select circumstance, if I see the mailroom, I snap take it, because I have 6 letters there. I've never gotten a letter before. It's been one of those rooms that, despite being only uncommon and not rare, I just almost never see, it seems. So we really, really want to get that. But we're going to go on and get set here with day 47. Oh, okay. So you're R2D2 on YouTube. Very different names, so I wasn't sure. But let's get started. Also, in case you don't follow me on social media, I do have a normal episode of Vtuber Talk coming up tomorrow evening. It's going to be with Platinum Meg. Should be very fun. It's going to be episode 190 of Vtuber Talk. Sort of weird to think that I'm getting close to that 200 mark. Okay. I'm really done with the schoolhouse right now. I'm just kind of set. I had read things because I got there was a memo from the former groundskeeper regarding some things, and I'm not sure if the hovel has those things. The part about the hovel that I really don't like, though, is that it sort of invalidates gems. It's just, you don't have a choice of what you spend there anymore. It's you're burning steps, and you really need to be sensitive on your steps. And I feel like I'm at the point with my gem production and other things that the hovel, I almost feel like, makes things more difficult for me and not easier. It's just so painful. Root cellar is nice. Obviously, more dig spots is good. We're at the point where we're pretty reliably getting the shovel. So I'm tempted to take that, but I worry that the hovel might have something plot relevant. So I'm kind of tempted to take that, but I feel like this is now a handicap. Because there's so few things outside of rooms that you use gems for at this point. And getting more steps is difficult. Yeah, I will ask outright. I found the previous groundskeeper's journals and whatnot, and it suggested that he had found things. Is there anything plot relevant to find in the hovel? The only reason I'm considering the hovel is because there were a couple of things that he said that seemed to suggest there might be something of plot relevance in the hovel. If there's not, I'm not taking it. Okay, that's really all I wanted to know, and that if there was something, I would not want indications or directions on how to find it, but I wouldn't want to take the hovel thinking, oh, I read this thing and it seems that way, and then sort of handicap myself on a day. So we're just going to take the root cellar. Now, there's not usually anything in here, but got to check just in case. Sadly, I can't eat the potato. I have taken this picture before, though, so I do have this and know all about that. No potatoes for me. Alrighty. Let's have at it, and good to see something original. Oh, yeah, that would be a very nice experiment. Yes, and we did end in the break room, so we still have the key card. Alrighty. That's going to get us a trophy, because we're at 39 for the gem puzzle. Commissary real early is really nice. The conference room is also nice. That's... Yeah, so something original. I'm guessing you got in here just a couple minutes after I started. That current goals, mailroom, absolutely. The Lost and Found, which we did get, and I suspect has something very important for me. The throne room and the security room to get the control panels. Lady Epson's diary. And those are really the top priorities right now. I found the castle puzzle last time, which was what I thought was the broken staircase, but it was down in the chess room, and sort of bashed my head against the wall for the better part of an hour trying to solve it and did not get there. I remember seeing the words Castle, Cloak, and Court in the server room in Blackwater when we unlocked that, but still wasn't able to get anything, so I'm sort of keeping an eye out for anything potentially related to that. But I can't find the last Sanctum key, and I realized I couldn't find the last letter. And I'm starting to think the last door of 8 might be the last gate for the last safe door. But looking back or listening back on Alzara's prophecies, he says that you will never find letter 8, that it is missing. So I'm wondering if missing is lost for lost and found. That's sort of where I am mentally right now. Conference room is nice to have as a triple, but I'm just going to take the commissary. Being able to buy a couple of really powerful items really early is just such a tone setter. Ooh, workshop. What an interesting trio to get as the opener. Gosh, now I wish I had taken the conference room. Oh well. Let's take the workshop here. First things first, I do want to get this and see if we have a shovel. How did the sledgehammer get owned? Did I click it somehow accidentally? But what happened? No? 2 days ago, I got the moon pendant. How is this possible? Is this a bug? Oh, it's in the workshop. Ha! That's funny. Do I take the compass? I feel like I don't even get what the compass... I know what it's supposed to do. I feel like I've never detected a difference on the compass. I'm just going to trust it. Whatever. It's 6 coins. I'm able to... Oh, well, oops, already bought it. Ooh, nice. Yep, it was in there. That's funny. Yeah, for the experiment, that's true. Yeah, all right. Well, let's go get a trophy, because I don't remember if you were here for some original, but we got the Full House trophy and the Diploma trophy in the same day, technically. The way end of last real week. Awesome, awesome. Well, I appreciate you going through the VODs. Hopefully you're watching at double speed or something. Next to this is false. There are two boxes. A box next to this is true. Likely. Box next to this box contains gems. Okay, so nothing. Oh, right. If this is true, then if this is true and this is false, that can't be, because this would be true. If this is false and this is true, that means this has to be true. In which case, the gems are in the white box. If this is false, then box next to this box contains gems. This is false. Box next to this. Therefore, this must be true. But that cannot be, so it must be the other way around, so the gems are in here. Trophy time! Oh, it just pops up like that. That's fun. Very nice. Okay. Well, we're gonna go right here. Well, it's northern regardless. Let's go in and take the conference room. No real reason not to. Actually, maybe I shouldn't have, because it's an extra branch that could be spent elsewhere, but so it goes. I like the nook here. Just want to collect a couple of early keys. We have here, observatory, green. Ooh, that just becomes a dead end. I don't like that. We're going to take the green room for that reason. Watering can, very nice. Ooh, Cloister of Lydia here is not bad, actually. It takes a lot of our gems. But it's also just not bad. That or the kitchen. I have the Full House trophy, so I don't need to worry about being perfect. I'm just trying to get as many rooms as possible. That's the real consideration here. For the things that I need and want. Because I also want to save gems to have more options. Running out of gems early is so painful. So we're going to take the kitchen here. Curious what you all would do on that one. Am I putting too much priority on saving gems right now? Also, do I care about a sandwich right now? And that's for green room. So I'm going to take the sandwich now and just have that. You know, it's spending a couple extra in terms of coins, but you want to be told to focus on a puzzle, but way off the mark. After I've spent 10 to 15 minutes on it, I feel like I should go through the experience of some hopelessness, you know, force myself to think I don't want to only attempt the ones that I know I have a solution to. If I've spent a lot of time on it already, yes. Ooh, the break room here, or just the treasure trove. I'm going to take the break room here because keys are likely to be here, whereas coins are not as urgent at the moment. And I am a little tempted to actually now go backward. It's a good chunk of steps burned, but being able to get those. Oh, really? cloak and court are part of a scrapped game mechanic. Holy moly. Okay. Because I saw the castle acrostic thing. So that means that I just have actual zero info on that puzzle that I know of at this time. But at the very least, I do appreciate that, of just that being, since the only thing I'd ever seen in relation to the word castle was cloak and court in immediate succession to them there, I assumed that they were inherently related. This means that I know actual nothing right now regarding castle, and that's fine, but now at least I won't be spending more time barking up that tree. So yeah, appreciate that. Ooh, wow. Wait a minute. Aha. It's been a while since I've seen you, so that becomes 41, which becomes 40 divided by 20 is 2. There you are. 31. 11, 11, 1. 36 divided by 3 is 12, is 21, minus 2 is 19. Oh, spicy early find. I'm going to burn some steps because we're getting farther up and I want to be able to hopefully get some good stuff over here. Yeah, when I say that I know nothing, is that nothing that I know of. Oh, that was worth the extra steps anyways there. I would not be surprised if indeed there are things that I do know that I don't know are related to that. But in terms of conscious leads, shall we say, I have none at the moment. Ah, yes, the boudoir. We take this here just to get our gem and know that we now have some apples, which gives us some outs in case we get experiments for that. Office is interesting here, but I want the corridor. This gives us just a dead end that I suppose the appeal here is the office lets us start a experiment immediately. And is that worth the 2 gems and the dead end and the cost of not being able to start drafting upward, potentially finding the secret garden even? Yeah, because that's the thing of just, but this costs a lot of those, but getting the experiment going is probably really nice. And I'm at 5 gems. Yeah, plus the office has one, so it's really only that, yeah. Because if we get either apples or dig spots on this, we're just suddenly in business, because I'm going to have to go up through these anyways, and we know there's a ton of spots. But I can run payroll right now, because it's way too early in the day to spread gold. So we might as well. Now, this means we will be doing this instead of going to security and getting a couple extra security doors, but that is fine. In Simon's laboratory, he's the smartest boy you've ever seen. But, Ben Aries blows his experiments to smithereens. Eat an apple. Remove a crate. That's where I just want to be, I think. Is that, or keys is nice, dice is nice. I'm playing for some plot right now. That's a beautiful looking experiment. And one that we know. Oh, you can spread gold later? For some reason, I thought that you could only do one of spreading gold and payroll in a day. And I know you can only do payroll in a week, but... Sweet. 3 boxes removed. Oh, and now with that done, I can start digging with just total impunity. A rock. Commissary. Plus, if we get the secret garden in any of this. Min-max, you can draft secret garden with rich soil, get more fruit. That is true. Wait, so does that impact fruit? I thought that only impacted the gem flowers. Oh, I'm an idiot. I forgot to draft from the office. Oh, well. If and when we go back to the front, I'll go then. It's not worth the wraparound now. For what we know, can it be at maximum 1 room? Well, a key. Well, security's there. Just to get that. I don't love it, but that's only 2 openings anyways. And that's dead end, which isn't happening. So we're going to go to security. What? Why did that say experiment successful? Oh, Blessing of the Tinkerer. Right! Ha! Nice. Forgot that was active. That's lovely. Cool. Alrighty. I don't know. The tunnel had only had, I think, 6 boxes removed prior, and it looked like it had a good 20 left. But we can make some very nice progress today, if nothing else. Yep, only 1 way out here. Oop, thank you for the reminder. We'll do that in a minute. Tempting to take the hallway here. The observatory has that, but that's only 1 outlet. This is 2 outlets and a trunk, which we can just smash. But maybe I should just accept that there's going to be exponentially more value in the observatory, even with only 1 outlet. Because worst case scenario, we still have the foundation to go to. So, yeah, we'll take the observatory. Network. Staff services, staff announcements. Simon, now that you have a satellite connection, you should be able to, yep, already done that. Way ahead of you more, but thanks anyways, buddy. You'd think that they would be able to detect that I've been running those experiments. That is fine. Actually, no, go there and there. All right. And there. Cool. Documented. Right. What do we have today? Oh, and I get to edit our star count to 35. Well, could have used you a little bit earlier, but that's fine. All right. As a former physicist, I do have a bit of an issue with the game's idea of experiment. What happens if I eat a bunch of apples? Doesn't have a bunch of scientific merit. Very true. I kind of like the corridor here. Well, there is the consideration. We want to sandbag the secret garden a bit because we want more rooms to get more fruit. That's useless. That's technically useless as well because we already have that room from the foundation. So the answer here is the corridor regardless. Interesting. I think we take the dining room here pretty easily because this blocks us off. It gets us 3 keys and we can draft from there, but I'd rather have the dining room because get those things. I forgot to check in the kitchen what's for dinner. I'm dumb. Oh well. That's fine. We're taking the dining room though. The chapel did not have. It was going into one of the dead ends. Right. Here we are, and I kind of love this because the consideration here, we take the den, it's a gem, we get one more here. The consideration of lost and found here is we know we will never have to go in there again. The danger here is just repeated entries and exits means that you're losing stuff. I forgot to check what the rarity is on this, though. What's the base rarity of Lost and Found? Because if it's common or standard, I kind of want to take the den. Just get a few more resources, have another room. It's unusual. This is one of the 4 rooms that I want to find today. 4 rooms I want are... Sorry, 5 rooms. Lost and Found, mail room, throne room, security room, ladies' chambers. Actually, ladies' chambers means nothing today. We don't have the key. So this is one of 4 rooms, and this is one of them. Gosh. I need to take it. What am I losing? Sledgehammer. Dang it. That's frustrating, but so be it. Okay. Upgrade disc. And a wrench. Interesting. Don't love this, but... Oh, good point. So does that restock it? This we've already seen, or at least already completed, but just for the sake of it, I'm going to go on and note that down. Roman room, here we are. Okay. But do we have... Ooh, that's nice. What is... Lost and Found has a black pawn. But also, this does tell me that, sadly, it does not have the plot that I was going for. Yeah, to upgrade, because that only costs us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, we just got the dining room, so sure, yeah. This is that purple or white? Neat. Okay, well that's marginally disappointing that the Lost and Found does not in fact have my lost safe, my lost letter. Very sad. Oh, gear wrench is nice, and disc is fine. Yeah, so let's go on over, and at least we don't need to set foot in there again. that being a pseudo dead end is actually a really lucky pull. What do we got? Sorry, I've been wanting to do that for a while. Got the hall pass, an item that you've never seen before, but not particularly useful. Felt scammed. Oh, that's terrible. I don't like the hall pass as an item. I think it is way too narrow and not nearly rewarding enough. I think the fact that it doesn't let you pass between classrooms for free is silly, because I look at that and say, that should be an item you want when you're going for the schoolhouse. That should be your reward of, okay, I can go back and forth through all these 9 classrooms and not be spending any steps. That's great. Or at least to say, all hallways, you are no steps spent in or out. But to say, you don't spend steps between 2 halls. What are the number of times that you're going to even have that necessarily, outside of maybe the tunnel? Also, this is nice because it'll make the closet maybe worth something. Oh, that's... Ooh. Oh. Interesting game theory here. You can min-max, and it's nothing unless you've already drafted Red Room. I don't like that. I'm not doing that. I don't love Red Rooms enough for it. I think I'd just rather take the bedroom closet. Well, actually, the bedroom one is, I was going to say, you posted just as I was about to say something original, because mathematically, bedroom closet is easily the best. But then I realized, wait a minute, how many bedrooms even have outlets? I guess I'm going to take the hallway closet, because bedroom is going to be so difficult to actually trigger reliably and have it be something worthwhile. I don't love red rooms enough. Am I undervaluing red rooms? I know you can get those corner case scenarios with the general and the tomato soup, but for how good other rooms are, I never am really eager to give myself a penalty at the chance of getting a couple extra items. I'd rather take the base closet as it is today over the empty closet, I think. There are strats for red rooms, shelter and shield, yeah, but those aren't going to happen every day. That's some number of things. Whereas the closet is already a marginally undesirable room for it being arguably the least powerful of the dead ends. And that this isn't going to make me all that more likely to take it, because this is just now punishing for anything that isn't red. This is standard, and this is at least marginally more likely. Yeah, I'm taking the coward's way out. I know the red rooms can be good sometimes, but I don't think that it's not good enough for me to want to take the red room and, or the red room closet and have it be nothing in other cases. And I still don't understand this. The A of delete it. A. Delete, because it's in the archives. Delete RCHIVES. Delete. I've checked. There's a ladder there, so LDDER. I was thinking it might be part of that acrostic for castle and what is not shelter and what is not cloak. I have no idea. I'll have to figure it out. All right. What do we have? I don't want to get the secret garden this early. Drawing room is the only real option. And we're going to go up the back here. Get ourselves gem rebate. Thank you very much. You teased me for so long. Interesting options. Ooh, go to 0 gems, though, is a little rough. I'm thinking I want to redraw here. I don't love giving myself a dead end. Actually, maybe I do. The foundation's right there. Bedroom's obviously terrible. But maybe we just take the 3 gems because we have that northerly exit. And it takes a dead end out. And it makes us really comfortable. Yeah. Because it'd be that or redraw. I don't like the foyer here, but I'll take the 3 gems and just be fine with it. Oh, plus 3 dig spots. Don't mind if I do. Couple of coins and a couple of coins. Well, you know, not terrible for my troubles. I am going to be very disappointed if at the end of this game, there is no secret passage or, you know, interactable thing here in the wine cellar. It's such a classic trope for puzzles and hidden things. You always have a wine bottle somewhere in the cellar that you pull or twist it or push it, and it moves all of the cases and there's a hidden door. Is it just that obvious? Is it too obvious that Blue Prince is too proud to use one of the most classic bits? Den here is phenomenal, actually. That's just right where I want it. That's great. That's lovely. I did do that the other day, just sort of clicking around, experimenting, and I do not think that there is anything there, which makes me rather sad. Yeah, let's go on and draft here while we are. 4 yards, not bad there. It's a redundancy. These are full redundancies. This is not, so we're going to take the courtyard because it at least pushes us there. Ooh, and a chest. Oh, and I didn't get the hammer back, darn. Pebbles. But a couple of gems. Quite fine with that. Nothing. Turnip. Salted turnip. We know these are going to be unlocked, which is very nice. Yeah, sure. Ooh. Because I haven't gotten that before. I only unlocked it from the drafting room yesterday. Dig in a room, unlock all that doors. Holy moly, actually. It's a bit of a shame to burn this outlet here, but that's so good today. Plus, we need to actually get the thing. And while we're here, I'm not desperate enough for a crate that I'm going to cut myself off from the entire east wing of the house. I want... Wow, I meant 8 gems. I kind of want the bedroom here to start going that way and then build out, whereas this requires more inward movement, but maybe not, actually. Because what would I be trying to get? I'd be pulling a green room, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, because actually what we could do is we could just go for a hallway here. That's the play, isn't it? But before that, I want to do some things over here. First, I want to go to the foundation first. Unlock there. No, let's go to the kennel, explore. Probably dig there. and then head over out there. Oh, doggy. I can't pet the doggy. That's very sad. Can I let loose the hounds? I cannot. Very sad. I can't tell if that's a line or if that's a scratch on the dog. I hope it's not a scratch. Hide there, please. Pet! I can pet the dog! Yes! Hooray! I love this! Amazing! 10 out of 10! Leashes and that, and hello. That's for the castle. That's the castle puzzle. Neat. A, F, E. So that means the last letter in the second row is T. Lovely. I hope we can find more than that. And dig spot. Dig spots. Gosh, you can't play this in a household where there's actual dogs or they go just nuts. Oh, wow. Ooh. Gonna have to be the draw. Well, yeah, the drawing room, because that goes that way. Foundation gives us this. That's fine. Oh, right. We now have dinner served. Okay. Check here. All right, that's fine. Let's now go to the secret passage. Actually, let's go to the foundation first. A little sad that that seems to be all that's here. Still a fine effect, and we now have that room fully accounted for. I'm going to take the Halls of Holly. Yeah, I do still want to use a normal key here. I don't love this, but... Ooh. I really want to get that hammer back. Ugh. That's fine, though, because even if we do that, worst case scenario, we go to the foundation, and then can go back up through there. Because we're probably going to be hitting a lot of locked doors right now. Oh. Ooh. More gems. But that doesn't do much for us. But at this point, we're starting to run out of space for the things that we really want, which are the mail room, the security room. There's just not much we're working toward right now is the problem. I'm going to keep taking the trophy room because I don't want a dead end here, frankly. Well, actually, do I? Because I have this outlet here. To get 2 keys here, and then I know I can at least go back to the drawing room, foundation. I don't need gem. Let's take the storeroom here, actually. Yeah, I meant closed exhibit, yes. Coin. Tin. Okay. Ooh, lucky. Armory just lets me pick up possibly the Morning Star, which is effectively the hammer. That or the treasure trove, which would just be coins. I think I want the armory for the purpose of being able to get the Morning Star and potentially other things. Yeah, Morning Star and the self-lighting torch. Ooh, bunch of nice things. We're going to take this. We're going to take this. And it's a question of, do we take this? I'm going to gamble. Because the one time, like if I say no, I'm going to somehow end up at some plot thing where I see that I want to light something and be real sad. So. Oh, no. Oh, that's tragic. What? Wow. That sucks. Ugh. Pantry gives me a chance at an apple. I think that's where I go. Hey, Dyford, yeah. Pain. Give me an apple at least. Give me an apple for my trouble. Cool, at least we got that. Okay. Well, that's real frustrating. Ooh. Car keys. To the foundation we go, I guess. We still have the drawing room if we need it. So we're not completely dead in the water, but yeah. Right, and we have that. Was there a chest in the courtyard? Oh, there was. Damn it. We'll go back for that in a minute. How many do we have? 1, 2. This would be 3. I think we take this because it also gives us a crate. Yeah. Kind of a bummer that we can't get all 4, but that's fine, honestly. I don't think I want to redraw. I'm going to take the mechanarium here. Yeah. Ooh, right. I have this at standard. I think standard is fine. Because I don't want it common. Because that gets it too early. I think standard's good. We're going to keep it there. But before I forget, yes, let's go to the courtyard. Oh, true. We could have used the shield. Ooh, silver key. All right. Now, I also want to take a minute and go over to foundation because there should be some dig spots here, which will make sure odds of that last one. Really? I walked right past it. Good lord. Ooh, key. Lovely. Only 2 dig spots? Guess so. Yep, sure did. Coins. Coins for days. Right. Let's see here. What? Wait. I thought that... I did... What? I dug in here. Am I misunderstanding what the kennel does? I thought this was... When you dig in a room, it unlocks all the doors. I dug twice in here. Foundation is an exception, maybe? I'm glad I found a key here. Ooh. Interesting. Vestibule isn't terrible here. It's actually quite good here, isn't it? We have gems for days. Interesting consideration. How many... That might be what we want anyways, because we're sort of nearing the end of the day already. It's been a pretty fast day with not a lot of progress. I mean, we got the 2 rooms, which is nice, and just starting with what would be 1, 2, even 2 keys is still nice. Library doesn't go where we want it. Bedroom does, but we have that entry there. So I'm going to take this. Plus, sometimes there is... oh, wait, also... Okay, I don't get this reopened. Got it. Yeah, now we're... I can cheese it. I can cheese it. I can just spend steps until this door is the vestibule one that's locked. I'm fine with that. Ooh. Okay. Where are we looking? Literally right below us. Oh, right. As soon as you see it. Yes. Yeah. I was about to say, I think that I can just check the other doors and process of elimination it. That if I, walk in, check, 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 and if any of them are locked, we go out one of the other ones, so we can still cheese it. That's fine. And also we're just gonna dig there. That's neat. I wonder if there being a ladder here matters. Yeah, draft Mechanarium first. Yeah. Yes. What? Oh, that's a wall. Right. Right. What'd I win? Okay, yep. On with it. Gems and coins. Okay. Also, Simon just dug through iron plating. I'm marginally concerned. Very impressed, but marginally concerned. Okay, so hold on. No, wait, no, we don't necessarily know that that's the lock one, but we can choose it anyway, and I want to maximize, yeah, so... foundation, we're done up to the Mechanarium, yep. Den, courtyard, kennel, drawing. Nope, 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 nope. Okay. Here we are. Well, we get something down here. Can't do anything there. Mail room. Gives us a dead end, but I don't care. We're near the end of the day. And this is the third of 4 rooms that I was looking for, frankly. So we're just going to do this. I don't care. And an order placed. And 6 letters for me. Where are the letters? Ah, here they are. Simon. And actually, you know what? I'm going to get my notes document here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a separate spot for this. Okay. Simon, my name is Randolph Moore. I am the lead technician at Cinca, and I have worked here at Mount Holly for over a decade. I was thrilled to discover you have found our humble lab and have begun to run some experiments of your own. I tend to keep an eye on the small spikes in radiation levels on the estate, and it's one of the only ways I can monitor your progress from the outside. All off-site communications to the terminal network have been disabled during your stay. Ha, about that, buddy, not anymore. There has been much speculation among the staff about the progress you've been making in the house, and they were all quite excited when I reported that you have been successfully running experiments. I wanted to write to you to let you know that even though you may not see us, we are rooting for you. Best of luck on the experiments, and if you like, I'll continue sending letters with some helpful tips for you. Oh, do I not get... Oh, I see. It's there, but... That's a stamp, and we've already seen that stamp. Hey, Simon. It's Randolph again. In my last letter, I mentioned the terminal network, but it completely slipped my mind to give you the network password so you can log into it. Ha 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 ha! Even with all off-site connections disabled, you should still be able to access the local network to access different house-based functions from any terminal regardless of where it is located on the estate, which you will likely find useful. The network password is Swan Song. Happy hunting, Randolph. Oh, buddy, you are late to the game, or rather, I'm late to the game in getting these letters here. Oh. Simon, not sure if you paid too much attention to the machine in the booth in the lab, but I figured I could save you some frustration if you've been fooling with it. The contraption is the central control for the power lines that run externally from the house. In the past, we've served as an emergency power source for the local community, as we have modest hydroelectric capabilities with a steam turbine. If you want to use it, you'll need to first turn on the turbine in the boiler room and utilize our steam ducts to connect the turbine to the lab. This isn't required, of course, and I can't think of any reason which you'd have to use the boiler to reach room 46, but feel free to play around with it should you feel inclined to experiment. Certainly not. Certainly would never have use for that. Seeing that this one, you don't get to see the full stamp. Simon, in case it's useful to you, here's a rough diagram of the steam duct system. Due to the ever-changing nature of the rooms on the estate, We ended up building the duct system to be quite flexible. If you look along the ceiling in many rooms, you'll find many of them have been outfitted with steam ducts. As long as you align these rooms together in a uninterrupted string, power can be transferred from room to room, even if the boiler room and its intended destination are on opposite sides of the house. I'm clearly finding this all much, much later than I was supposed to. Simon, let me know if I'm writing to you too much. I've never been good at gauging where the line of impropriety is, and for all I know, maybe the help I'm offering you with these letters is unwanted. Maybe you're perfectly fine without my help. To be honest, I would have liked it. I'm really late to getting these letters. It's been a bit of moral quandary for me as I write these. I am fairly certain your uncle didn't want us to assist you on your quest. Still, if it was that important, I have to believe he'd have the foresight to specifically instruct us to not interfere. Nothing ever deterred him from that level of supervision in the past, and after working alongside him for over a decade, I like to at least imagine that we were friends and that I knew him well. In conclusion, I think that he would have found the level of help I have offered within the acceptable range. I haven't spoken too much about him since his departure, and I know you didn't know him that well, but as soon as you're ready, I'm going to have plenty of stories to tell. He was a fearless businessman with the greatest... I heard a thing. Lushi-gushi, thank you for the follow. He was a fearless businessman with the greatest respect for invention. Of all the laboratories I've worked in, I can tell you Mount Holly was a gem, and I'm hoping we can continue that work once you've taken up the reins. But I won't get ahead of myself. You still have to find the 46th room. About that! I only need one stamp, but I know, turtles. That tells me that the color I'm looking for there is yellow, and can't tell at a glance. Is that artillery? Are they also wars? Are we dealing with war turtles over there? Dear Simon, after giving it some thought, I've decided I'm going to continue helping you. I also had a small chat with the probate lawyer, and he assures me there's nothing in the Baron's instructions that would preclude me from offering you my modest assistance. So let me tell you what I know. About a week before Sinclair died, something rather curious happened. A few lab assistants were called by Miss Babbage, the house manager, to remove several floor plans from Sinclair's drafting studio. Typically, all of the unused floor plans are kept there, and I have never heard of them being moved to another location, nor would I presume to guess the reason for such action. I'm not sure which floor plans were removed or why they were moved to save, or where they were moved to, save one which I was instructed to remove myself. Assuming it was not moved again, I hid it. After I hid it, you should be able to find it in the observatory, hidden within the lens compartment of the telescope therein. If there was a reason behind the removal of these floor plans from the drafting studio, hopefully this will serve as the first illuminating step toward finding out why. Boy, am I glad I got 6 letters, because if I had only had those 5, I'd have been kind of bummed. This is something. And wouldn't you know it, I have the observatory today. Looks like we'll be stepping back over there, and yeah, this one we've already read. Yeah. Neat. And a package order was placed. There is not a package here currently. So we simply will now go and leave this behind. we now go to the vestibule and cheese it for the secret garden. And then we wrap up the day by going to the conference room, the observatory. Well, the observatory first. And, well, technically we can go to the office. And that will basically do it for the day. Not a ton of proper progress. I need a key for the mechanarium is the problem. Oh, wait, I have the silver key now. I can do that. Ooh. Might as well buy the swim trunks, because I've got enough money. There's nothing else to do. I mean, I could find some items in the Great Hall. The only entryway to the antechamber is there, but we're really not in the business for that. Yeah, not with 0 keys, you can't. So, we're gonna take the gift shop. Not a big shopping spree today, but a little bit of shopping. Yeah, so we're just gonna do that. And while we're here, we might as well. Cool. That's nice. I really like this. Being able to buy this really at the end of the day, use those 50 coins when there really was not going to be any use for them otherwise. So that actually feels like the best possible time to pick those up. Yeah, so patient vestibule, and I'm not desperate enough to get the one extra room there. I don't know if it'll really matter, and if it does on one apple, whatever. I went the wrong way. I'm dumb. Whatever, we've got steps. Dining room's down there anyways, but we're fine for the time being, so we're going to go on here. And over. And we're going to see. Dang. Reset. Oh, keep getting it on the third try. Oop, can't go there. Ah. Well, worst case scenario, if we need to use dinner on this, that's fine. Yes, I am indeed back Mount Holly. Yes, there we go. Boom. Apples for days. Oh, hey. I can now draft that last thing in the mechanarium, I suppose. Yep, got this, by the way. At first, I didn't realize that the two levers had opposite ones, so I thought mistakenly that I was getting to the same thing and couldn't figure out why I wasn't getting something new. But I actually was, so. Yes, and here we are. Ooh. I think I take the treasure trove here. I'm just fine using my last key on the chest in there to get a new rule. Yeah, and permanent progress. All right, so it's white, chest with squiggly design. Let's go over to that spreadsheet. White box. I just call it a squiggly. The memo color is red, and the memo says... Previous box in this room contained a true statement. Also, you have to note it is handwritten. The previous box contained a true statement. Well, kind of knew that, of course, the true treasure is not in the house. Still, nice to have, nice to have. Also, welcome in RPG Holic. Oh, I see. Yeah, I guess that is a flame. That sounds much more dignified than squiggle. All right, so next stop is going to be the observatory. We go there and then make our way down to the office, but also on the way we are going to stop by the dining room, have dinner. So garden, vestibule, foundation, den, drawing, dining. Garden, vestibule. Do pa da pa 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 da. Drawing. Dining. Dinner was for showroom. Never saw it anyways, so. Wonder if any of those cooking channels have ever done recreations of all the different blueprints, meals. All right, so it is inside the lens thing. That be here? Oh, is it up there? Is that what I need to do? Is it in the big outer lens then? Can I get it there, maybe? A little bit more? Yeah. Okay. Said hidden within the lens compartment of the telescope. I guess the lens is down there after all, maybe? Maybe I just need to look at it while it is away from the stars or something? Lens compartment. Huh. Am I supposed to get something else? I'm not able to go higher up, am I? Hmm. Ah. Okay, I see. I forgot that's what that wheel did. It's been so long since I actually used it. All right, we do that. There we go. Because I got this one positioned correctly so quickly on like that first day I found it that I never even had cause to. There we go. Planetarium. You call it a day. In the planetarium, gain 2 stars. Interesting. Well, I'm going to take it because I need that for the trophy. But I don't think I'm ever going to end a day there. I think that had we found this earlier in the game, almost certainly would want to end the day there. But at this point, having the key card is just worth so much more than 2 stars. And I don't think it's particularly close. Is that where it needs to be? Yes, okay. So now to security, break room, kitchen. Nope, conference room, but then we're going to go over to the office. Mm-hmm. Do. Look at all those apples. Commissary. Oh, interesting. The sledgehammer did not actually reappear here. That's good info. Yeah, 10. Woo. Right. Does anything really matter here? I mean, are there any items or other things that I could potentially stumble upon? I have no other places that I can use keys, so really doesn't matter what I would find in there. I'd need to find an item. Dovecoat, I know, can have a gem. Yeah. Guest bedroom just can have an item. I've found the car keys in there and other things, so I think I'm going to take the guest bedroom just by virtue of it can have something, and I don't know necessarily what would make for something of relevance at this point, but you played your outs. And nothing there. That's fine. Quiet day here at Mount Holly Estate. So we were able to get, well, 10 successful triggers. That's in and of itself a very nice day. We were able to get, yeah, might as well check the boxes now, see how far along that got us. We were able to buy the swim trunks, which is nice. We got 2 new rooms taken care of, Lost and Found and the kennel. Found out that the Lost and Found is not the answer to my last letter. Found out that the kennel has a weird interaction with the Foundation, potentially, or is bugged. Well, I've only gotten triggers on one other day, and I think it was 6. So I think my total now is 16. I don't know what I actually need to get to in terms of totality for it, but I have certainly enough steps to go outside and see how that progress is going. I suppose there's a chance that the end of the tunnel is the last safe. Ooh, look at all that clearing. Leaving the reset, possibly. All right, so we still need a fair number. Ooh, wow. 4, 8, 11, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24-ish, 25-ish. Yeah, so we're still a ways away. Okay, it just doesn't work with the Kendall. That's weird. There's nothing to suggest that those doors are somehow different than others. Oh, whatever. Oh, and we got a trophy today, so I think we have 5 trophies now. So, all in all, pretty solid day. Nothing flashy, per se, but some good stuff. Yeah, we are at 5 trophies. We are 3 away from the Explorer's Trophy. Oh, and we got the Observatory, yeah. Bullseye is a matter of time. 2 away from the Trophy of Invention. Sigils. Yeah. I think this is how we're likely to get to 8 trophies. So I don't think we're going to win the strategy sweepstakes. Yeah. It didn't give me a jump scare because I knew I was at the number I needed to unlock it. So I was delighted and amused when I saw it float up. And we get there that way. So parlor's over here. Da da da. Doodly da. Honestly, that was a pretty quick day, at least by my standards, because usually I'm going very slow or getting sidetracked or stuck on a bunch of puzzles. But a fine day at Mount Holly. And on to day 48 we go. Yeah, and just, I've gotten much more adept at the heuristics of drafting, and now that I'm no longer having to play toward 45 rooms, because up until I got it, every day I had to be sort of defaulting toward play toward 45 rooms and really prioritize that as just a constant. Hey, Bartleby, welcome in. So, ideal here is the tomb, obviously, because we want to get Lady Epson's key. If not, we still have 1 day left of the Tinkerer. So, we're not looking for the shrine. Well, there's the tomb. That or the tool shed, but I want that key. Oh, I'm at 36 stars. I need to update that because we had the Morning Star. 36. Going on 37. And 2 dice to start the day. Don't mind if I do. All right, now where is our dear lady? Always forget exactly where it is. I think it's over here and to this side. Yes. Okay. Thank you. All right. What do I know about her ladyship's chamber? I believe it can only appear on the west wing of the house. I have that note somewhere. One moment. Should remind myself of that just to be sure, because it's at some other place. I don't want to be going in circles for it. Not that. Those are all the books. Looking for that. There. It is. Here it is. Her ladyship's chamber. South-facing doors, west wing only. There it is. Arrows up by where you see day 48. Show your previous house drafts. Yes, yeah, I have been able to look at those before. South-facing rooms, west wing of the house. Okay, oopsies. Yeah, south-facing part is what makes it really tricky. But with that in mind, having the key in pocket does now color our drafting strategy for the day, at least a little bit. That is definitely one of our major goals. And the dice do help, yes indeed. The appeal of the den is the extra branch. The appeal of the parlor is the extra gems. The parlor is common. I take the branches. Security there, just outright. Go ahead and start an experiment. Or the conference room. Yeah. Conference room has better pathing because it goes north. Security is redundant to the den currently. But, do I put the weight on the experiment is the question. This is still common. I take, for the same reason I did the den, I take the conference room here. Also to confirm, is the west wing considered the west 2 columns or only the west wall column? No true thing about the only the wall. Got it. In technicality, the spare green room is the best option here, but knowing that we're looking for the ladyship's chamber, it is not, because we want to be going upwards. Actually, the play here could be to just skip to the foundation. Well, I'd want to pick up a couple more things, but just skip to the foundation and just try going here and not there. But for now, let's take the parlor. Yeah. Okay. Only one box is true. Black box contains gems. Blue box contains gems. All right, so one of these is true and one of these is false. Therefore, this is false, because if this is true... Actually, no, not necessarily. It's gems. Blue box contains gems. These could both be false. That could be true, meaning that it's in the white box. If this is false, one of these is true, one of these is false. No, because so if this is true, it's in the white box. This is false. Yeah. There's nothing really to do there, as it could be either at that point. Therefore, we go with what can only be true. Yeah. Take the nook here and not draft from it, but take it for the purposes of getting keys, or the drawing room to have more options there. Part of me likes the idea of just the nook and the keys. Yeah. I'm going to let that be. Go over here. Yeah, observatory. Change to 37 on our notes. For stars. 37. There we are. You are, is it red rooms are more likely to appear, or was it, no, you're dead ends. Huh. Interesting. This is early enough that if we wanted to, we take that and we start playing for the sweepstakes, which is so difficult. Just how difficult is the sweepstakes? Yeah, my instinct is that the sweepstakes is just not worth the trouble, because it's so distracting and derailing, and it feels so difficult. Yeah. Cool. So not clicking Dear Draxus. Not taking the laboratory hurts a little there. You take the green room. Show me a shovel. Watering can is fine. Break room is really nice there, but drawing room feels better. We are at 6 gems and we'll go back to 6. We take that. Yep. Da-da-da. Ooh. Well, I hate giving myself a dead end right there. Our packages are this type of base package ever something more than normal items? No. Didn't think so, because I've only gotten it a handful of times, but wanted to sort of make sure that my evaluation wasn't somehow wildly off and that I'm supposed to get it a number of times before being delivered some very important plot item, you know? Do I take the redraw here actually over the courtyard? So I'm at 6 gems, so I'm not hurting for it. But I don't mind waiting for the courtyard to come back later. Interesting. Break room here is fine. Corridor lets us push more. I'm gonna take the corridor. Oh, well. Sure, that's fine. Forgot about that. Ooh, wowie. Wowie zowie. Lots of stuff there. Break room here gives us sort of what we want, because it's out of the pantry. We're just going to take the break room there. That's actually really nice, I think. This is where we're starting to want keys anyways. We're at 4, which is really comfortable. Commissary here is pretty nice. It's out of the bedroom, which doesn't do much for us. I don't want to give myself a dead end. Well, a dead end here actually isn't terrible, because we have this going here. The drawing room is there. But the commissary gives us items, lots of items. I'm taking the commissary and thinking that the items are worth more. Literally as I get the message from something original. Because I was going to ask, like, that's one where I'd want the opinion afterwards. That I want to make that decision myself, but I could see the argument in possibly me misevaluating the benefit of the solarium there. I don't want to buy the gems yet, but knowing they are here is very nice. Oh. A blip. Ooh. Given that this is... That's interesting, because this is a dead one here, but the drawing room can very easily just do that. Or we just take the wine cellar. I think I want... Yeah, that's the other thing, something original of... I've manipulated the room so much where solarium is almost counterintuitive. Yeah, exactly. Because we have the drawing room here, I actually don't mind taking the wine cellar here. I know we've got a lot of gems, but I'd rather see some of these later. And I think getting this out of the pool is worthwhile. Oop, I just wasted steps. I'm dumb. Oh. Neat. Yeah. Oh. Cool. Let's go to the break room. Get ourselves some... keys. 1. 21, 21. 9. times 9 reversed is 19. What? Nine times, oh, whoopsies, 81, not 91. I'm dumb. 24, 23, 32, 8, 4. Yeah, I math. We don't get the bonus there. Drawing room is kind of nice. Classroom would give us 1, 2 redraws. Not terrible there. We take the classroom, actually, I think. Do I go ahead and do the foundation now? Part of me wants to. I don't want to use too many more steps. Well, I can also probably get that there. And then just save a bunch of steps, because that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13-ish to get up there. But I have enough. Yeah. Let's go and do this. I'm going to save the apple there in case we end up somehow with an experiment. Probably should have done the experiment early and not the conference room. Oh, right. There is this. Well, I'm dumb. Could have gotten this earlier. Whatever. Well, we get it now. Do security menu network. We are, and actually wait. Oh, we'll do this first. Yeah. Then we're gonna go to the announcements. What do we have for us today? Fireplace, archive, security. Great. I've been meaning to note down which ones have fireplaces and haven't. I really should have. Security. We just set security to high and have only gotten one so far. So I'm kind of inclined to go with that. Because this is a natural one. It doesn't impact any of our drafting habits or strategies. And I don't know how many fireplaces there are offhand. I know I've taken a couple already. Because I know they're in the drawing room. They're in the den. Offhand, not looking for an exact number, is the number of fireplaces a lot? Because I feel like it's on a fresh house that there would be more fireplaces than security doors. But given that we have about a third of the house drafted, now the math is a bit more hazy. Not that. That there. Yeah, about 5 or 10 fireplace rooms. I'm going to take the security door because it doesn't change what we're doing. I'm actually going to Um, exit. And, oh. That. Staff services. Staff announcements. All right, nothing new there. That is fine. So I can just see here, really. Not in the parlor. Not in the break room. Not in the gallery. Not in room 8. Definitely not in the storeroom. Definitely not in the attic. Not in any of those. Felt like the Nook had one, but it does not. Garage does not. Music room does not. Locker room does not. Ballroom does not. Trophy room does. Yes. Wine cellar does not. Den does. And is. Yes. Pantry, no. Rumpus room, no. Vault, no. Office. I thought the office did. It does not. Drawing room, yes. There is. Drawing room, yes. Drafting studio, no. Utility, no. Boiler, no. Laboratory, no. Workshop, no. Security, no. Pump room, no. No, no, nope, nope, nope. Nope. Dining room, yes. Bedrooms. Mm-mm. I don't think Her Ladyship's chamber does, no. Wow, far fewer than I thought. Kitchen definitely doesn't. The armory doesn't count that. Does the furnace count as a fireplace? I would assume not. We're on day 48. Yeah. Yeah, I figured it wouldn't. This gets your attention? I've downloaded the packet and already used that, if that's what you're referring to. Oh, it's near Christmas. Day 50 is Christmas. Uh, hmm. I want to go on and draft here. No, let's. I don't have. I do have the sledgehammer. Ooh, 2 more dice. How lovely. Day 49 is Christmas Eve. Day 50 is Christmas. Today is the 20. No, because that was yesterday. So this is Christmas Eve. Oh. Is there something else I should be getting RPGaholic of just it within reasonable bounds that you seem to be suggesting that there's something I should be clocking that day 48 is Christmas Eve. Okay, something does happen on Christmas. Figured it might. Righty, here we go. Does using this count? This probably isn't a security door. No. And I only actually burned one gear since I didn't take the laboratory. So also in the future RPG, I feel like I'd rather have been, surprised by whatever would happen tomorrow. I do not have the shelf today. So we want to draft here. Actually, don't have a kennel, so that doesn't matter anyways. Do this. Show me a sideways one. Okay. This doesn't really matter either way. We can take the kitchen just so we have that. The bedroom gives us some steps, possibly has an item. Nurse's station is incorrect to take here. Could re-roll to try and get something with more outlets, actually. With 4 dice, well, no, because we get that there anyways. We have all these branches, so it really doesn't matter too much. I'd rather save the dice for a bit more of a pinch of a situation. So we'll take the kitchen here. Dinner is for the boiler room. Bacon and eggs. Morning room. I want to wait before taking the morning room because that's at risk of appearing in place of Her Ladyship's chamber. That adds another green room to the pool, which I don't want right now. Oh, that's kind of yucky. I could just take this, but it's only 3 gems, but I have 8 gems already, so it doesn't really matter, I suppose. Yeah, and patio does point the right way. That does help. So let's just go on and take it. We have started the experiment and it's based on the door, so we don't care about eating an apple now. Get a gem for our troubles. We do not have a shovel right now. Move a box. Oh, we can cheese that pretty nicely. We do this and pull for purple. We just do that. The only potential punishing thing is we draw 3 other ones, and they're all dead ends. But frankly, that risk exists regardless, and I would assume that this would give us increased weight toward what we actually want. And that is fine. Oh, that's right, I have the dice. Is that a key? Neato. Show me her ladyship's chamber. Nope. Nope. We're on west wing, southern facing door. Come on, don't do this. There we are. There we are. Whew. Got a little scary for a moment there. Ooh, I can go back and do that again. How nice. Things that I remember. Oh, we know that her ladyship passed the final exam. I still remember this. I don't know what it is, but I'm excited to find out. But for now, let's get to the main course. A very, very big piece indeed. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's just that. I had already taken a picture of that. Her ladyship's sleep diary. I don't have a magnifying glass right now. I hope that doesn't bite me. I would hope not, because it's difficult enough to already get this. But let's do, and I'm going to count this as a book. So, put that. Her ladyship's sleep diary. There we are. What do we have here? $117.79. My dear diary, after countless sleepless nights and failed home remedies, my physician has urged me to document my sleeping routines in the various bedrooms of our estate. It is his hope that by tracking the caliber and length of my sleep in each room, together we may come to a deeper understanding of my condition and perhaps, with luck, find a more favorable environment in which I might finally be able to get some amount of rest. Clara. This is the immediate next night. My dear diary, to begin, I thought it best to start with my own room despite already knowing how unsuitable it has been for my sleep of late. Perhaps it is all the old memories that linger here, as it is impossible not to think of home among so many mementos of my youth. Nonetheless, I find comfort in gazing at the stars before dozing off, and it pains me to consider that if this trial is successful, it may be one of the final occasions that I sleep here. My room, sleep duration 2.5 hours, quality peaceful despite brevity. Observable effects, I woke the following morning with 10 less. What? Oh, additional sorry. So this tells us I had never ended a day in a bedroom, had I? Huh. In retrospect, I really should have seen this coming. Oh, well, it's the Erajan core symbol. I did know that, if that's what you're referring to, something original. And color, obviously. My dearest diary, Last night I retired to the guest room as I have yet to gain the courage to ask anyone to surrender their room to me, even for a night. This bedroom is a cozy space, normally reserved for guests staying the weekend. However, I found despite having a choice between two beds, that neither proved to be very comfortable. I must speak with Herbert about this, as our guests deserve, at the very least, as much comfort as in their stay as we have. Yeah, I've known for a while, and also the fact that the letter next to her casket is entirely in Arajan. 4 hours, very fragmented. Observable effects, nothing special. My dear diary, it was strange to sleep in the childhood room of my late husband. The room was just as I had imagined it from the stories he told me of growing up with an elder brother. Herbert informed me that the room has remained untouched, almost identical to when they both occupied it. To avoid any accidents, I slept in the bottom bunk, as climbing ladders is not as easy as it used to be. Despite my exhaustion, my thoughts of Simon kept me up through most of the night. Sleep duration, twice the usual. Quality, 2 times as restless. Observable effects, the next morning I went to the family tomb to visit his grave and was surprised to find a flower already laid. Okay, so this suggests a couple potential things. I'm going to assume that sleeping there does not influence the odds of the tomb appearing the next day, but that there is a flower and therefore a gem in either the tomb or whatever the outer room may be. I could not bring myself, yeah. I could not bring myself to ask Hartley directly if I could borrow his room for my sleep study. The mere thought of it was mortifying. Instead, I decided to roll the die, as he often puts it, and wait for his night off to sneak into his room to nap. The experience of sleeping in a servant's room was thrilling, but the fear of getting caught was overwhelming. Every little noise startled me, and I couldn't manage to sleep for more than a few moments, fearing Hartley would return at any time. Sleep duration, perhaps 1 hour. Quality, terrible. Effects, about half the steps the following day. I was also discovered a stray die had found its way into my pocket, which was hardly shocking given Hartley's history. Ugh. Half your steps the next day, and one die is your consolation prize? No thank you. My dear diary, I have to confess that I was initially hesitant to spend the night in the Baron's room. It is extreme. It is extravagantly showy, with every surface adorned with gold and every piece of furniture so large it seems almost comical. But as I lay down on the enormous bed, I was surprised to find that I felt entirely at ease. Even the absurdly oversized pillows were somehow comfortable, propping me up just right so that I didn't feel any strain on my neck or back. I slept more soundly than I have in weeks, and I woke up feeling genuinely rested for the first time in what feels like forever. 8 whole hours, the best in many months, awoke feeling refreshed, with more energy and steps than normal. So it'd probably give some sort of inexact multiplier. As fate would have it, just as I begun to make progress in my guess of slumber, a most joyous event has interrupted my progress. My beloved daughter has given birth to a son, and has requested my presence in town to assist her during this exciting but demanding time. For now, I shall take my leave of the bedrooms of Mount Holly, but I am certain, dear diary, that one day I shall return. Lady Clara Epson, Grandmother. Oh. What? We know what this is. This is just the west path outside to the outer room. But there's no scenario. It is literally impossible to be reading this diary without having been to the outer room. So this is not to tell us that the outer room exists. This is... This means something related to something else. Well, this is the outer room. I don't think I'm supposed to interpret this is a specific outer room. Look at a mountain of mashed potatoes. This means something. It's in the back of a locked book, but... All right, so that is admittedly less than what I had hoped to find in the diary. This is interesting now because I can't tell if this is stylization or if this is meant to say that there are 3 exits. That could suggest that the hovel wait. Is that... Oh. Oh, that's interesting. Does that match? Sort of? What if you put it like that? This sort of angle here? A second. That would be... Would that do it? That angle? What if it was... Well, because this could be this. Could be... which also matches with... Let me get this up, make sure that I have it correctly. Good. We're going to do that. And this could also be this. And that denoted inverse, denoted inverse. That's what matches most exactly there. And that from there, and I know I'm leaving it up on the screen, this is that. But that, because this sort of matches, but this doesn't quite match there. So the other option would be we go like that, where that is that. And that, you see this here. This is still inexact compared to that. Or they could be separate, that this could be treble clef, and then the does it never end spiral could be a different spiral. But that I'm seeing resemblance here. But the problem is I still don't know why or what this is, but I notice, 1, 2, 3, which seems to suggest potentially the presence of multiple outlets, which none of these have, but that we know from in chamber, one of the rooms. I may yet to have use for the sugar beets and potato stores rotting away in the root cellar. In chamber, one of the outer sealed rooms, sealed trap behind a false wall. The problem is this could be any number of things, because this could be the tomb and them finding the different chambers in the tomb. Found a large vat and a copper sill. Well, this means that with Epson's diary taken care of, the mailroom done, and lost and found and not having it, I am quickly again running out of potential things for goals. The big one that is still here is the closed exhibit in the throne room. For now, we're going to go back to the foundation. We still have a lot to do. We do not have the dining room today, and 54 steps, which is still plenty to work with, though. So let us see. Fine. Sure. Drawing room here is not terrible, actually. Drawing room is actually pretty nice. The other option really is the armory. We're not taking the guest bedroom here. At the closed exhibit and throne room, what were you hoping to achieve? Now that I know where the control panel for the closed exhibit exists, because the last time I was there, I did not know about... Go. This. I did not know about this. I know it's the security panel controls or security system controls are in the wall behind that. I had never actually interacted with that, so that could do something, because I remember one time when I unlocked the closed exhibit and then I went to check the house inventory, it specifically listed 1 paper crown, which really stood out to me, which tells me I should be able to pick it up, which tells me that I should be, I need to find the closed exhibit, have a room with a dead wall behind it, which I can then use, similar to how the crank for the foundation works, does something to the closed exhibit that would presumably allow me to get this paper crown, and maybe that is the crown that I bring to the throne room. That's my working theory at this point. Armory is nice, but it is redundant with the sledgehammer. I could get the shield and a couple other things, but I think I'd take the drawing room here. And it gives me 2 outlets, which is really nice. Now, before I go in, though, let us go ahead and get ourselves a crate. Pool's interesting here. 1, it gets us this. 2, we have not been here since getting the swim trunks, so I kind of want to do that. And it's just branches, so we go here. Can I swim? Oh, there's just trunks in there now. Trunks. It's swimming trunks. Boo! That's awful. That's terrible. And that I need to then lower these in order to get those. But, oh, isn't that lovely? Another door. Another box. Well. Right there. You can't not take it. It's in a beautiful position, too. Okay. I'd rather draft that from the drawing room first. Do I want to draft the drawing room before going to the throne room? I think I do. Yes, there's a couple considerations here, actually. Yeah, the pump room. I know that has to go there. And we will see. Bedroom is the only one that's not a dead end, or I can just redraw. Do I just want the bedroom? No, I want to redraw. I don't like that. Well, that's kind of crummy. Frustrating. I don't want to use dice here, so I will let the passageway be okay. Frustrating as that is. Yeah. Ooh, well, another crate. Well, that just gets us a bunch of keys. Yeah. And a crate. Wow, and another crate right there. We have the steps. Ooh, okay. So, Mailroom gets us our package. Locksmith keys are kind of superfluous now. Trophy room gives us silly amounts of gems, lets us draft up to 2 additional rooms. And it's the question of, is 2 additional rooms better, or is the mailroom better? Right now, I want more shots at the security, at the closed exhibit. That's really where I am. Yeah. Music room costs us 2 gems, which we have an obscene amount of now. Would get us a key, which I guess is fine. Actually, yes, because I want a prismatic key now. Well, I guess that's all right, too. I realize that a prismatic key... What's pinging? Coin. Could give me a chance to get... Oof. I guess we just take the clock tower. Sort of revalue here. I was considering the experiment trigger. But I felt the rooms were better. I'm going to take the clock tower here. What do we have? Okay, stopwatch. Are we in any position to do anything? Tragically, we are not. Because it would take us damn near the whole minute to run over to the pool. I guess we sort of have to. Yuck. Oh, right. We could have drafted up from the drawing room. Yeah. Sprinting to the drawing room is sort of where we are. Now, the other consideration is, for what I want right now, actually, closed exhibit is 3 walls. Well, I guess it can be open from any direction. So, I could... Yeah, there's just no reason to. When I draft a room like this, if it's a 3-branch room, I'm not always getting the T, because I can get the other directions, so I do know that. I'd rather get from the drawing room and be able to have a chance to redraw for that. And at least we've queued up some 3 keys for tomorrow. So... yeah. Okay. Yeah. Did we get the gem already? Yes, we did. Okay. No. Do I want to re-roll here? I think the answer is no. I wait to use my last dice until I really, really need to. I think I just take the boudoir here. Yeah. The archives doesn't get us anything new. We have that. So we're going to take the boudoir. That's fine. We are already running our experiment. So it does not matter that we take our apples here. now we're going to go to the throne room. We are really, really hoping. I guess that's fine. Get us a box. And I don't want to use the dice yet when we still don't need to. Yeah, that's okay. While we are here, though... That's... Damn it, no, because we have a bunch of keys waiting in the conference room. But doesn't matter. No, because there's still so many rooms to draft. 1, 2, 3 minimum guaranteed, 4 minimum guaranteed. And doing this... No, it doesn't lock keys, actually. Yeah, but yeah, because it locks the gems. Oh, and I don't want that. Bedroom is okay here, I suppose, because it takes away a dead end in places where we already have a lot of options. The only other consideration is the gymnasium, which honestly isn't that punishing. So maybe we just take that. I still don't want to use my last dice here. Yeah, so we'll take that. But first, it doesn't matter if we drop that now or later. Might as well do it now when we know we have the steps and don't entirely lock ourselves out of it, potentially. Well, is now the time? No, we just take the kennel. Right? Yeah, we take the kennel. Plus, I want to see it a second time to see if... Well, 1, we get that. 2, we now see that this never changes. That's important. I feel like getting a room a second time to see if anything has... If there's any variable pieces. There was a dog here last time. In this room here. There's always a dig spot there. That makes sense. But otherwise, this is largely unchanged. Oh! Sure. So we have this here. We have drawing room there. Nook is here. So we still have access to everything. And this lets us, discover the planetarium, see if there's anything there. Just the inherent value. Oh, can I just do this here? Oh. Okay. Neat. Yeah, 'cause I haven't had this many times. Is that all we can get here? Ah, I will be back for you in a moment. I see you, little note. Huh. Oh, this is just... That's useful. Neat. I mean, we've passed most of this, but... Size 7 different constellations in a single night. New constellation spotted at 50. Ooh. Neat. Well, we have that now. I guess, is that just it? Seems so. If I hadn't had the telescope, would there be nothing functional here? We used that because we had the experiment, we have that. Nothing is needed there. Oh, you're right. Totally failed. Didn't pet the dog. Guess just the vestibule is fine. Or the pantry, since I already have access there from the drawing room, there from conference. So all that's new is this way anyways, so it really doesn't matter. You just go out. Yeah, so we can take the pantry here, that's fine. It's objectively correct, and it gives us a box. I never actually got a shovel today. Go here. The only possible door is that one. Well, I knew there was nothing behind the throne room. It's behind the closed exhibit. That is of particular interest for us right now. I think I knew, but I suppose I just suspected. I can't recall, actually, if I've been behind the throne room before, come to think of it. Oh, I need to hit the button. There we go. Well, that's a bit of a bummer. This doesn't stop the power from going out. Maybe I want the armory now to get the Morning Star, potentially. I think I do, actually. Yeah, that's where my mind was. Well, a reason not to, I suppose. Okay. Wow, and 7 successful hits today. That's pretty nice. I guess we go on and draft here. Just in case. Oh, I see. There you are. Well, the option here is I redraw here for my theory at a chance at getting the closed exhibit. I take the mechanarium for another crate. I take the mailroom for a package. At this point in the day, the likelihood of a package meaning anything is pretty low. The mechanarium gets me a trigger, which I think is known and more valuable. Plus, it'll be enough, right? Because 1, 2... Really? Are those the only ones I have? This one I had at least one other gear. Huh. Guess not. But it gets me a trigger, and I take the guarantee. 4? Oh, yeah, there's 1. Sorry, I missed the boiler room. 3, 4, yeah, so I have it all. Great. Which means I get a couple of freebies. Or a freebie, at least. Oh boy, how nice. We go draft from the Nook and call it a day. Another really fast, quiet one, honestly. We got it. Not there. We've been doing a lot of what the? Is that? Okay, the gap exists on that side too. What, this back here? Found this. Oh. I see. Um. right. Sec. Oh, that's right. That's there. Let me do this instead. I'm gonna get that and sheets is there. What the? Where'd it go? There we are. This is. Yeah, and if I got this right. Cool. So we had this, and then there was one other piece. Where is it? I think it took me a while to find last time. I thought I had noted it. Not it. Oh, I think I put it with. No. What the heck? Where'd it go? Yes. But I'm showing something original, and also now I actually have a couple things on it, and I want to find where the other one went. Was it? Was sworn I copied it to put it in another place so I would not have this much difficulty finding it again, and apparently I did not. Silly Jay, what are you doing? There you are. Oh, that's why I see. Okay, fine. What we're going to do is that. Now, what's odd is that is SIX, not CIX. So we have here then C blank X, E, and T. CA, T is there. I'm going to assume that this is not another instance of C. Why is that not working? I'm assuming this is not another instance of CAT in that there is cat here, and that this is meant to just be separating the two. And what's interesting is that SIX is still there. So is the C supposed to be an S somehow? And is this still possibly an I? An O? Another O? R? No, it didn't get layered there. But that's as much as we have at this point, so gonna leave that one be. But hey, we're starting to find these different pieces here. That is interesting. Last one is at the Nook. Yep. Yep. Never actually... Here, yeah. Welp. Well, I suppose we do this. Another piece of that puzzle available to you right now, but it's somewhere you're very unlikely to ever stumble. If you think it's really unlikely I'll stumble across it, sure, yeah. Interesting that I'm able to... Like, why? Oh. Must have been the placement of the cursor. All right. I should take this because I know that there is curse mode, but also I think I saw this in one of the Azara visions. I know this is also from the Curse of Black Bridge. But I also figure I'm supposed to purchase everything at some point. So we're just going to go on and do that. It's in the secret passage. Okay, so we'll want to do that in a minute. And finally, here. Pity. Too many. I mean, this is the last room we can draft, so we might as well roll to see if there's anything. I can't think of what we would want to get here, though. Wait. Well, no, because all that does is it gets us... Sure, I could lower the pool and get those chests, but it doesn't do me anything. This would now get me up to 80 gold. My guess is that the conference room wouldn't have gotten me much more. Because I need 110 to buy the Darebird. Oh, it does trigger the experiment. That's right. So we take that. Trying to think if there's really any reason to bother doing the pump room now and make our way back there. And there's no way that those trunks have anything of permanent relevance when we cannot draft any more rooms that would matter. So we just go to the secret passage. True, yeah. To at least set it. Because first we're going to need to put things in. We are not touching that reservoir. The fountain doesn't matter. And we might as well set things into the kitchen since there is benefit to having the sink turned on for the watering can on certain days. Oh, we're going to get rid of you, and we're going to get you. Oh. Did I get rid of that? I could have sworn I still had that. There you are. Was that a different one? Oh, right. It was this one that I had here. Yeah. Okay. So, this is number 4, which cues off of pump number 2. So we're going to go there. And then pool is 6. Actually, are we able to do this? We can't. We can't entirely drain the pool without disturbing the reservoir. I care more about constant access to the safe house than the chance at 2 chests for whatever percentage of runs that I get the pool. If this were earlier in the day, I would switch it to the pool being drained, put the stuff in the reservoir, and then put it back. Well, I can't drain it entirely. I can put more in the fountain, yes, but that's only 4 units, which means there's still 3, and that we still can't open the chests. I suppose we could preset it there. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And the pool is from 6, which goes to there. So we'll at least then have it be... Wait. Nope. Mostly done in that case, where it'll take fewer actions on a day where we want to do this. But yeah, I don't want to disturb the reservoir, not by default at least. So we go to now the secret passage. We never got the dining room today. We can get the commissary though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Where is 15, 16, 17. We are fine. Cool. Yep. Yeah. Duh. Love those running shoes. So, running out of ideas, really the only one that is left at this point is the closed exhibit theory. And also, I suppose, just getting the tunnel cleared out. Plus, we still need to continue getting progress on the dartboard game want to try and build the last two contraptions for the Tinkerer's trophy, and obviously the last Sanctum key, which we're sort of grasping at straws a little bit. Two passages that way. Oop. Some things never change. Just for funsies. Make sure in case I get sidetracked or something. No, I've seen scraps, and I know of at least one that I haven't made. I have the recipe for one of the two last ones. It's the lever, the battery, and the shovel. I know that much. Not sure what the last one is. I don't think I've read a book that tells me all the inventions, though. What the? Hey, this is very easy to miss. I mean, we've established many a time that I am blind. The microphone does not see well. Is it on the bookshelf or in the little hall? It's in the hall. Okay, so my check earlier there was right. Goodness. What the? Where is it? What the? I'm glad you told me it's here because I certainly never would have seen it. I'm expecting it to look like what was on the statue in the cloister. But maybe not. Oh, no. All right, I give. I know there's a thing here, and it's puny, apparently. Unless this is supposed to be an X that I'm supposed to clock as among columns or something. It is behind the door. Oh my gosh. What a terrible angle. Because I thought I had glanced at it too, but it's just, it sort of blends in with the imperfections of the rest of the wood. It says door. Oh my god. Now, of interest. So what this does is it tells me at the very least that my thing with the mathematics worksheet wasn't wrong. It was placed wrong, though. I do feel like an idiot right now, actually. I was seeing the SIX and the X over there and thinking that could be it, but as we now see, is actually SIX O O. R R D. And that does also tell me that the other piece I had was indeed from it, because it was here. There you are. Yeah, why is that not updating? Did I get the wrong one? That's odd. Why did that happen? There we go. Why was that not updating? That was very odd. We have this here, which means that this is indeed that eye still. Oh, my eye. Literally the only thing we don't have is this. C is C-A-S-T-L-E. The S-I-X-O-R. So we see here that the, oh wait, there we go. That we have another O-R, so it's O-R-O-R. Connects there, X. The D here, it's sort of difficult to tell what the spacing is, but that the D has to be there just by process of elimination. And this looks like about 1-2 spaces from, well, wait. No, it doesn't. It's O-R T. How did that end up? Yeah, because that's T for cat. But that looks like it should be D up there, because this, I'm now questioning my spatial observation, because this looks like it should be 2 spots between the D and the first O. We assume that, these are there. But if that's a D and that's an OR, because we know that the bottom row is E and T, how is the D there? S-T-L-E. So that's I space O-R. What the? This is wrong. There's no way that is a single space, right? But the X has to be above the D. These are corners. Okay, because that means that this whole thing here is only 1 space, and based on this, it looks like it should be 2, but maybe it's the depth and the fact that it's at an angle. X 2 E-I-X-A I-X-A-T 6 E2 R-L-O lore, but then it's just E-T. Oh, this is a Rajan. Duh. That's why. It's et. Et is south, was it? Where'd this go? No, et is east. I'm going to take that and put that over here. Yeah, so this is the at lore is word. Tor is not known. 6CIX a I6 Tor lore. So know what Jor is. Trey. Lore. Ash. We have something with lore. Ash lore. Yeah, no, because no, sorry, it's Tor that we're looking for. What is T? J. E I. Now, if these are each words, what about new clue? Jorah's name. Lore is word. ORR is west, but that doesn't work here. Oh, because T isn't in any of those. Odd. Tor. Lore. A. All right. Have a good one. Something original. I think I'm going to give up on this one for the time being. Finish out the day. And I think I have energy for one more short day. But that'll end up being it for me. So we're going to go, foundation. And then to, no, wait, is clock? Or we're going to go break rooms here. Patio, kitchen, foundation, drawing. Wait, how do we get there? No, we get there from the courtyard. Okay, no, we need to actually go back to the entrance. Just go there and straight up. Okay. That's fine. And down we go. Oh, look at this. Things have been propped up quite a bit more. Let's see how this progress is going. There should still be that wall in the back. Right? Or can we get through? Wait. What the... Oh. Oh dear. Oh dear. Uh. Uh. Heck. What? In that case, my top guess is it's a rusted key. It's only a couple places that would have a use for a rusted key. That is a very old, exposed to the elements filing cabinet. So, where do we find you? Because even if it's not here, there's a couple other places, and we have enough steps to go on a short little adventure here. So it's not those. Not there. Not there. Not here. But if it's... Nope. But what about... Yeah! This is because I knew it had to be in there or in here because I did remember this. Ooh. Here we go. To the Baroness of Mount Holly for her own hand. Oh, is this? Oh, yes. This is Robert Nogula's confession of love to her. Where do I want to put this? For now, I'm probably going to put it in the logbook because this would then be that large vat and copper sill. Something like that. Yeah. The Baroness of Mount Holly for her own hand. Okay, so putting that here. My little notes. moment. Alrighty. Ooh. Oh. Is that built? This is page 36. This is the missing page that was wanted by the... Hannah. After a few false leads, I managed to track down the old textbooks. Page 36 and 37 pertaining to your query had been removed. This was the only... This is the second letter of... not heresy. Insurrections. Seditious letter, perhaps? From grade 2. And we have found page 36. And I suspect that behind it is page... There it is, 37. Ah. Very interesting. By the Third Era, numeric cores had fallen completely out of favor and were no longer being included in proofs by serious arithmeticians. This concept, once considered sacred, was now regarded as an over-engineered concept that only served to slow further advancements in the field, as Philip Wilkins once famously put it. Steps to find a numeric core. Take any number of 4 or more digits. Without changing the sequence, split that number into 4 smaller numbers. For example, Next, assign each a different color, resulting in a valid mathematical equation that produces the smallest whole number possible. The first number should always be assigned teal to begin with a positive number. Example, If the result is a number with more than 3 digits, repeat the above process. The final number you obtain is more if the final number you obtain that is less than 4 digits is considered the numeric core of the larger number. Not that. There we go. Now, this. Here. Numeric cores, examples. Now, of interest. Why on earth is this relevant? Well, there are a couple of ways. First off, I had noticed in a variety of places, including where did you go? For example, patent number 86842. I'm going to note that down momentarily. I had also noticed in the mailroom 4, 5, 3, 4, 7, 8, 2. And was that ill? No, there was one other. Yes, yes. It was one from very early on, actually. Well, also, I'm going to think of it. These postcards always had numbers. Okay, not always. But there's one. There's one. 1412120 or 1401130. Yeah, so there's those. The other piece. Oh wait, no, this is consistent with this. But that isn't. That's interesting. Now the other one, which is much older, is this. But there is also, I need to scroll for a moment on this one, because they had deliberately recolored it for me, which is always a little bit curious. It was in the hovel some time ago, which would make sense because this is Nogula's. So, of all the possible numbers that I have stumbled across and been seeing here as possibly worth something, one of greatest importance would be where are you? You're very far back. Has to be far, far up for the books. Also, assuming that's not anything. I know it's in here. There you are. So what did we find in Nogula's room? This. 45292. Coincidence? I think not. So, if we have here, as it states, first number should always be signed teal. So, 45 times 2 is 90. Divided by 9 is 10. Minus 2 is 8. That is the mathematical core of 45292. Ah. Hmm. Now, also of note, it says assign each a different color. It doesn't demand a certain order. While the example is plus, minus, multiply, divide, the only order is that the first number must be teal, must be addition. But that in the case here, we see plus, multiply, divide, minus, which is interesting. But if 3614, so plus, minus, multiply, divide, that does not work. So yeah, because it has to be an integer, doesn't it? Smallest number, whole number. Plus, minus, divide, no. Plus, divide, multiply, minus, no. Plus, multiply, 18. Divide by 1. Minus 4, so 14. It's plus divide. This has to be multiply, because if it's minus, it becomes -3 divide by 1 multiply by, or it doesn't matter because that's negative. If it's divide, it becomes 1/2 times divide by 1, then times 4, I guess, could become 2. But I feel like it always produces an integer, right? So it'd be 3 times 6 is 18. Minus 1 is 17 divided by 4 doesn't work, so it has to be divided by 1 minus 4, which is 14. But we're also not seeing why that necessarily matters. Yeah, no course negative. Well, it could be 3 divided by 6 is 1/2 times divided by 1 is 1/2 times, no, because 3 divided by 6 is already that, so it has to be then 1/2 minus 1 doesn't work, because then it's -2 times minus 4. Yeah, so it's 14. That said, we don't actually know what any of this counts toward at this time, so we just know that this exists, I guess. Because even if we have a number here, yeah, so this is 18. We know that this is 8, so I still don't have anything to do with these numeric cores, but I know they exist, which is good information. So I think that ends up now being the day. Now we go up and nope, no, now we need to get the exit. Okay, right. Yes, because we were going to exit, but came back in because we found that. Oh, neat. That makes the day feel much more impactful. I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break, then do one last day, and it's going to be welcome, welcome, Christmas Day is in our grasp. I'm an idiot. I was supposed to be outside. So long as we have hands to clasp. Points if you know what that's from. Vanille! Hello there, Raiders! Welcome on in, folks. I'm Jay. I'm the host of a show called Vtuber Talk, where I talk to VTubers, and I talked to Vanille a while back, and I'm currently doing some blueprints. We're actually near an end of an in-game day, so I was actually going to take a very short break, but in that case, I will stick around a little bit longer. But Vanille, I hope you had a good stream. What were you up to today? It is going. I'm about to start day 49, which in world I think is actually Christmas. So that could be fun. Ooh, Fallout. Yes, very nice, very nice. Vanilla, I hope you had a good stream. Oh, what? Why is this here? That's nice. Not really useful for me at this point in the day. Forgot maybe I did something that got these here. Weird. Oh, so I've done ones where I filled out the whole map. That this does reset every day, actually. It has been quite an adventure. Did I not? I have a couple steps I can waste. Because I know I did this at the start of the day, but, oh yeah, I could technically get them doubled, because I got the telescope. Yeah, but I'd already done that there, yeah. So, I had not forgotten about them. But now we are going to go up to the break room so we can end our day with a bit of a buff for the next day. And some very interesting things, quite possibly. But for anyone rating in from Vanille, hope you're having a good day, evening, whatever time zone it might be for you. If you like puzzles or if you like talk shows, because I'm actually having a episode of VTuber Talk tomorrow, where I'll be talking with Platinum Meg. Well, let me do another shout out. I have to wait 6 seconds before another shout out. Oh. There we go. We are now going to go on to day 49. Le Gasp? Do you know Meg? Oh, 6 seconds, huh? Alrighty. Truly a crime, yes, indeed. We start the day collecting our allowance, which at this point is quite exorbitant at 60 coins. And we have a couple of bonuses left over from things we did yesterday. So we have 2 keys already. But let us see what we get here. Okay, some interesting possibilities. Now, the shelter means that we'll dodge some debuff rooms. Would also let us start an experiment very early. Trading post lets us get some items. Root cellar has some dig spots. Not really a bunch of power there. The other consideration in the trading post is there's a stick of dynamite in there that has been rather taunting and that you can get different items that can light candles. And the description specifically says candles and fuses. And I have a terrible feeling that I might supposed to ignite a stick of dynamite potentially at some point. The Spit Phantom, thank you for the follow. Objectively, the best one here is the shelter by a pretty fair margin because it gives us a lot of safety for the day, lets us get an extra gem, and start the experiment. And for what I'm doing, I think the shelter is really where I want to be right now. It just gives me a lot of options. We can leave the explosives for another day. Down here. And we're going to log in here. And while we're here, we can also see if there's been any announcements. Ah, yes. Merry Christmas, Simon, or as her ladyship used to call your mother, Merry Christmas. Ha ha ha, our mother's nickname was Mary. Wanted to let you know that we've left some presents for you in the boudoir today. Hopefully next year we'll be able to celebrate this day together. Your friends in faithful service. That makes sense because we'd seen a picture there some time ago showing the place decorated for Christmas. But while we're here, we have one other thing to do. We're going to be accessing a remote terminal, because inside here, inside the manor, somewhere is a laboratory. And if you do certain things, you can get certain benefits. Usually you have to go to the laboratory to set those up. But because of this, I can do it here before we even really start the day, which is very powerful. Oh, and more crates from the tunnel. Let's go. Oh my gosh, arguably the 3 most frequent triggers. Fireplace, trash, and eating apples. I'm inclined to go for the fireplace here because I know that we have a good number that have it, I believe, and I can actually do a quick double check because I have this that ironically nothing on there, but that it was the den has one, the drawing room has one. We have 2 of these actually that we can get. I don't think the workshop has. Forget it. The dining room has. I could have sworn there were a couple of others who could be miscounting here. Then the sort of gamble. Yeah. Definitely not in the hallway. Definitely not in the green rooms. Maybe I'm misremembering how many were. It felt like there was a solid number, but perhaps not. And then it's the gamble of, do we want... Because we don't start the day with a shovel. And we don't start knowing necessarily how many apples we'll be able to encounter. Apples, to get them in any significant volume, well, we're going to have the boudoir, which will have 3. And then we could hope to find the secret garden. There's the commissary that will usually have one. Getting other apples can be tricky. And then trash is incredibly variable. Yesterday, for the first time in a while, I didn't even find the shovel. And to not find the shovel would be kind of brutal. And then sometimes you find the shovel, but don't dig up much trash. So It's which gamble do we want to take? Or do we take what might be the assured low volume of fireplaces? Because we're going to get a couple. I'd almost assuredly get 3 or 4. But we have the potential for a lot more. If you have a good day with the secret garden and the boudoir, we could have another 10 trigger day, which would be amazing. That would clear out the rest of the tunnel. I'll ask the chat on this one that, for anybody who knows, what do you think would be the best bet? I have my leaning, and I think I'm leaning toward apples, because the boudoir is common, and that gets me 3 right off the bat, which is probably about how many I could guarantee off of fireplaces. And then there's a lot more upside and less of an ask in a lot of ways, I think, that getting the secret garden isn't impossible. It's not guaranteed, but I don't know, I feel like the number of trash spots that I get, even on a good shovel day, is 5 to 6 at most. Whereas apples feels like 4 at minimum, because it's a rare day that I don't get the boudoir in the pantry. So that's really where my mind goes. Well, in this case, the stable option ends up being the apples, because you really can't plan is the thing in this game, because it is a roguelike that you get served a certain random assortment of rooms each time you go to open a door. And that, by my count at least, there aren't too many, whereas we have a specific room, which is the one that will have the presents for Christmas, actually, that will always have 3 apples. And that already feels pretty good. Whereas this, I need to find the shovel and then have what would normally be considered bad luck, actually, because trash is what you don't want to find. Yeah. So we're going to take this. And let's try and find some apples. Oh, no, it might not be as many, actually, because we had the Tinkerer Blessing, which gave us 3-ish extra. But I feel like I said we're likely to find 3 minimum just via the boudoir, because we're already incentivized to take it. And then others along the way, potentially. Sometimes rooms will just have apples. But let us begin this wonderful Christmas day. Conference room isn't bad, and just starting with double branches is nice, so let's go there. That is fine. Yes, I am aware that finding absolute nothing doesn't trigger the experiment. Pantry, there's likely to be an apple there, but so that's redundant with 1 north, which isn't bad. Gosh, I'm not taking the I can take the archives right now. I have the shelter. We take the archives here. Or do we save the archives knowing that this is a 4-door safe room, actually? Maybe I actually take the drawing room here and wait to take the archives when I have it as a full 3 branch, because this is already redundant, and this is likely to be redundant. Or maybe we just take it here. I'm just going to take it here. Normally, this would be a terrible, terrible room to take in the start, but having the shelter negate its effect is just incredible. And now I can take a straightaway here if I'm lucky enough to find one. I am not. Oh, no, wait, that is a straightaway. versus the commissary, which is really, really nice to get at this time. But I think I take the green room here. Commissary is common enough, I should find it elsewhere. I'm not, well, no, because having it early can be really good if there's the running shoes or something. I'm not going for 45 rooms. It's a little sad to see this not end up being anything. But I think I do need to take that. Just the upside of getting these, whether it's the sleeping mask or a bunch of other things. Yeah, I should take it. Yeah, salt shaker, shovel, hammer. Yeah, great set of items here. I guess we take it. Really doesn't matter too much. Part of me just doesn't like the compass that much. And that... part of me wants to save just in case we get some weird things in terms of doubling or other things. Just in case. Wow, that sucks. What a terrible draw. That's abysmal. Good lord. I think I take the storeroom here, because at least it gets me those. Really don't like this, but at least that gets that dead end out of the way, gives me a couple extra keys, so I am now very well outfitted for the start of the day. But yikes. Rather nasty one there. Nook pantry. I want the Nook just because I know I keep passing on the pantry, which likely has an apple, but early in the day, just stacking keys feels very important. Right, no case there. That is fine. Drawing room there is actually pretty nice. So is the den. Let's take the drawing room. It gives us an extra redraw there, which I think is a bit more along the lines of what we're hoping for at the moment. Pick up our gem right here. Well, observatory. Do we just take that outright? Or do we redraw? I think we just take this. It's just very powerful. Well, actually, I know exactly what I would get here. Oh, wait, no, I don't. But I do know I want to be working towards things, so we're going to take it. What do we have today? Ooh, amazing set. Ooh, more powerful apples. A key, a diamond, and diamonds in green rooms. Mmm, spicy. I'm gonna go back down and actually draft from the drawing room again, because that will give us some extra options. Ooh, dining room there. That's interesting. I'm not using 2 of my last 3 gems right now. That feels bad. And it's a question of spare green room, which could have some dig spots. Meh. Dining room, though. Part of me wants to redraw here, actually. I actually wouldn't mind a dead end here, because I have the branch here and here, and that I'd rather save this and those for later. Yeah. Okay, Fine, let's take the pantry here. Show me an apple. An orange? What a tease. Bah. That's awful. That's just awful. Break room here is fine. I have no need to return to the observatory, but I actually don't hate the spare green room as the straightaway. Because this is redundant. This is redundant. That only gives me one out. The spare green room gives me more. Gem. Ah. Passageway here is actually quite nice. Courtyard is guaranteed to be unlocked, but I think I'm okay with the passageway here. That's a really powerful positioning. Of course. I'm going to wait a minute on you. Oyster of Lydia. Ooh. Oh, I don't have enough. Ugh. Terrible. I guess we take the parlor to get the gems, because I don't want a dead end here. And getting 3 gems does feel very nice. I will now actually do this before... Cecilia Immergreen has clearly been here. It's been a while since I made that joke. I kind of need to. The gems are in another box, maybe. The truth is on another box. Maybe. The words another box are on another box. This is true. Does it matter that those are blue, though? No, it's just the word. It doesn't care about that. So that is true. If this... This has to be true because there is a distinctly true statement, because if that is false, that it would imply that all 3 are false. Therefore, this is true. Then it means that this is false. The gems are not in another box. The gems are here. Yeah. Very nice. You can draft from here. That's fine. Ooh, the boiler room from here. Well, because this is already known. We can get that. We could just take the mailroom here. So we have all of these around. Boiler room does let us get power. And we have the passageway here, which is offering to pass power to places. But I don't know if there's anything I need to power right now, frankly. And getting this could be useful, because there can be some powerful items here. We keep getting this one, and I want to get it removed anyways. And we know that this is going to be the option there. This is there. There's all these other ways to get these set. I'm going to take the mailroom. Curious, though, if any of you would have done something different, because I could see it being justified to do something different, but I like that. Sleeping mask. And keys and gems. So, very nice. Ooh. Right, yeah. Let's go ahead to the passageway. Actually, no, let's go to the archives. No, because I have enough resources right now. I don't want to burn a ton of extra steps there, because I'll probably be able to go through there. And use this one here. Patio here actually isn't... Well, it's kind of a bummer, because that only gives us 2 gems. Taking the guest room here might actually be the play. Hey, B-Scar. Maybe we just take the guest room here. Be fine with that dead end, so we're going to be up here anyways. Or is the patio just where we want to be? No, we want the patio. We want the patio. key. Got a rebate for that. That's nice. Oh, that would have been one trigger there. All right, you know what? I'm going to go back to the archives. 2, 3. It's a chunk, but whatever. Oop. Green pantry drawing nook. Green pantry drawing nook. Conference. Here we go. And it's just this one. Drawing room isn't terrible there, actually. Just giving us an option when we don't want it to be a dead end. But I also don't like burning the extra branch. So I could just take the gem here. And it'd be effectively the same. Let's take the den. I don't care too much. Plus, we have this. And... oh, that's amazing. Because we still have 2 hits left on the shelter. Yes, Conference does have 2 gems. I forgot to pick those up on my way out. That is fine. We're taking the darkroom because we had the shelter today. So, do I want to spend 8 steps? Ugh. Because I don't want to run low on steps. When I have 8 gems, I'm fine waiting. When I have 9 gems, I am fine waiting. Teehee. All right. So, let's see what happens for north. That's dead end. This would give us 7 steps because we have the sleeping mask. And that's just open. I like the bedroom here to give us that. Plus, what we can do now is if we get a left-facing room, we're okay with that. Okay. A little bit of a bummer, but we just take the boudoir here and are happy. Because planetarium, you know, it's a backup from the break room if we don't get it. But right now, because these just don't help us get to what we need. Merry Christmas. Oh my goodness. Holy moly. Presents indeed. Oh. Wowie. Oh, I can't play any music there. Very sad. Wow, 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 wow. Okay. And the real present is apples, because that's 3 boxes from the tunnel. All right. Now then. Actually, I'd rather... oh, both would be decorated on Christmas, yeah. Gonna go on and get my extra steps here. Want to double check that there's no item. I'm drafting from here as opposed to the boudoir because straightaways are less common, whereas corners are more common. So this gives us better odds. I'm just gonna take the West Wing Hall and be fine with it. Kennel here actually gives us some solid options. Makes sure It gives some safety as if we needed more keys. Yeah, I'm going to take the kennel here. I like that, actually. Is that a... Oh, dang. Never mind. Bark, bark. Oh, very, very important thing here. For anybody who is just arriving from Vanille's stream, you can indeed pet the dog. Oh, no dig spot? Usually there's a dig spot here. How about that? Boo, that's such an insult that there's no dig spot here to be able to use that. Boo. The corridor. Yeah, that's fine. Oof. Kind of gross, but, well, the drawing room gives us other options. So, gem. That's foundation, so that's fine. The pool feels pretty good here, actually. It gives us 2 branches. Well, because we know the foundation is going to give us that branch anyways. But even so, it's about as good as we can realistically hope for. Yeah. Guess if we get the pump room, we can finish draining this. I'm going to wait. Conservatory is amazing here. I think that's just what we take. So we draw floor plans. We have a lot of gems today, actually. But the conservatory is permanent progress, really. A couple of coins. Oh, yes, and a gem. Yes! I need this right now. This is exactly what I needed. That's fine. I'm going to make you unusual. We really don't have much of a use for you. That's fine. Cool. It's very good, actually. That's an apple. Ooh, tough choice. Well, there's no reason to go to the antechamber today. There's just no reason to go to the antechamber. Right? We don't need... Yeah. Right now, apples are a priority. Being able to have that is very nice. Nope. Now... Well... Actually, is it better to go on and do this now, or do I spend the steps to go out and draft? Oh, no, because I also have all these over here. And I kind of want to save some... Yes, very nice number of steps. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oopsies. That's a lot. No, we look to connect the pool, because that has the highest odds of result there. So Really? What the hell? That's awful. Oof. Take the locker room, though, I guess, for another silly amount of keys. Or I could redraw. Actually, do I redraw? Yes. Ooh. That's a bit of a bummer, but I think I take this. Oh, because this gets us to the foundation, which I wanted, and gives us a chance at the secret garden key, which is what we want today. Yeah, that's really important, actually. Show me a green key. Green key, baby! Let's go! Amazing! Oh, that's so good. That's so nice to see right now. Okay. Turnip. That's nice. Now I could go out and then I'm going to go out because now I want to get to the conference room to pick up those, and I can potentially draft the secret garden and whatnot from over here. And if I see... Hey, Cascadence. Actually, maybe I now do this a bit longer to fill this out in hopes of hitting the secret garden later on, because I don't want to get over there, spend those steps, realize that this door is locked, which means I don't want to open it yet. What did I discover this stream? I made it to the Lost and Found, determined it wasn't what I was looking for in a lot of ways. I read Lady Epson's diary, was able to do that. Had some interesting stuff about bedrooms, didn't have as much deep lore as I'd hoped. Had an interesting drawing in the back. I removed 20 boxes from the shelter. That's been the big thing of the day. And in doing so, I was able to get... I've not completely unblocked it yet, but today I've already got 4 triggers on it, so by the end of today, I might have the full tunnel unblocked. But I did get far enough to get the rusted key, which I knew exactly where to go for that, and read about numerical cores. So I have that in my back pocket. Otherwise, it's been a quieter day in terms of just getting a lot of information and process of elimination of things that I don't need, which isn't as sexy as some things, but is still good. Ooh, the pump room here is frustrating, because the pump room here would let me drain for the pool, but I don't want that because that blocks it off. The boiler room here is kind of superfluous. The courtyard here is what I want. Yes. That's unlocked. We'll probably have some dig spots and some gems. This is just nice. I'm still missing the 8th Sanctum key. Yes. I am at wit's end. My best guess is the last door of 8 is the last safe, but Alzara said that the last safe and the last... Ooh, that's it. That's it. Ho, ho, ho. Yes. All righty. That is a great find. That is the last unknown tinker recipe, which is fantastic. Oh, what a normally mundane, but actually very powerful pickup there, because I would have never thought to put those together. I would have potentially found it eventually, because I have been clicking through, but now I can more actively be seeking those. Let me just find where the other scrap I had was. I've been keeping notes on that. There it is. Yes. All right. That is there. Workshop info. Great. I will do that, and I probably will not do that. Right. We're going to take the southern-facing door. Treasure trove here is pretty nice. So is the office. We're going to take the treasure trove here because that's permanent progress, and the office gets better if we find it later. I have enough keys that I can open this, and I will. Cool. Current chest power is the knight. I've been riding with the knight basically since the start. All right, so for my notes, it is a white box with a flame and a green note. So, flame, green, white. And the note says, 2 realms have the same banner color. It's not very useful to me at this point. Because I already knew that was true. Oh well. Up to the courtyard again. What I'm really hoping to find is the closed exhibit. But we are just not getting that, are we? Do I take the armory so I can get a Morning Star and, maybe the torch? Or do I take the break room knowing I can get some keys and have the key card in play? Not ending the day with it would be kind of sad. I don't. So I have a hammer. And I still have 1 hit left with the. I think it's true, yes, because I recently saw a stamp from the turtle realm. Which was it? Great geography. From Vera that was orange, and I know that Orinda and I know that Arch Ares is. Wait, was it yellow or was it orange? No. It was a different one that was already orange. It was Kororika that is orange, but I already know that there is an orange one because I saw on the stamp. Yeah. Yeah, so I have reason to believe that is true. I'm going to. Part of me wants to hold on to this in case I can. What I can do is if I take this and then find the bunk room, I can double my money to 160, and then if I find the showroom, I could buy it out potentially. Not positive, but potentially. Is that being too fancy? being too hopeful. Should I just take the break room? I could re-roll here too, actually. I'm going to take the break room, actually, because I want that, but there's a couple other considerations. Because right now what I want is a prism key. Becomes 31, that becomes 1. Becomes 24, 42, 22, 11, 2. 13 times 1, 31, 21, 12. What? 1. There's 2 there. 13 times 1. Flip it is 31. So, oh, sorry. Plus 10, 41, then it's 14. 14. Dang. I was hoping for a prism key there, but so it goes. All right, so to the foundation again. Let's see here. Can't use that there. Well, that gives it to me then, actually. So I get the showroom now, and now I'm looking for the bunk room. Plus it gives me a straightaway, which is just very nice already. I would consider the vestibule here, but showroom is where it is. So, and I need to know how far off am I from being able to buy it. 100. Oof, 210. Oh, that's going to be so tough. That's rough. It's really rough. So I need to get 105 coins and then get to there. That doesn't matter. That could be really powerful, but right now I think it's more important to keep that trophy dream alive. I do have the pig. I don't think it has 130, but I do have the pig, and there's a lot in there. We have no gears right now. My goodness. We take the boiler room. Fine there. It's actually quite good there. We'll have this in a moment, but actually first I want to see if there's anything to dig down here. I feel like every time I have a shovel and find the boiler room, there isn't a dig spot, but nope. Very sad. Ooh. Having the weight room and... No, I have. Tech rooms for the mechanarium. Yeah, we got that. And I know that if you have dead ends, that they become other doors that you can open for things, and that there's a lever in there if that's what you're referring to, RPGaholic. I take the weight room here. because it's the last red room. Gives me 2 branches. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Here, no. I'm gonna go back for a moment, turn this on. Wanted to see if there was anything in there, because sometimes there is, and that could color a few things. So button, and now that over there, and that there. Ooh. Yuck. Ooh. Ooh. Interesting. It gets me a crap ton of keys, but I don't really know how much it even matters at this point. Is it better? 7 keys. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rooms left after this. What is that? So that's just not good either. I think I'd do another reroll. Really don't like doing this, but these are just bad. This takes me off of the bunk room plan. This doesn't let me get that room. Just it doesn't feel good. It doesn't do anything for me. That's better. That's a lot better. Let's take security. Yeah. That's a lot better. All right. Well, we are here. Key cards. Whatever that's worth. Confirm that there. Turn to security menu. Yeah, we know where those are. Yeah. Okay. Of course. Ooh. We already have experiment going. This would get us more keys for whatever that's worth. I don't want to use the last dice here. I'll take this because there can also be items in there. Also, why is there power in here? What does that do? Oh, dice. Awesome. I think I already took this picture, but for some reason... Right, and... Huh? What? Yeah, we already knew this. Oh, key. Yeah, this was already known. could light this if we had a thing, potentially. Why did power here matter? Maybe it didn't have power and I was misreading that. Miss it again. We're just not gonna... We've not been finding the closed exhibit or the throne room all day. I mean, that doesn't really matter. That doesn't really matter. You take the dining room because we're just going to get all the steps in the world. That's fine. Really doesn't matter. Because I believe that I found a thing a while back saying about a security panel behind the exhibit. Do I just use this now to make sure that I don't hit a dead end? I have steps to burn. But, let me find that for you, actually. It is... It's a bit fuzzy, but I was able to read it with a magnifying glass, but I think I forgot to get a screenshot of it, but it is, security system controls are here on the back end of the, closed exhibit, which I'm curious if that lets me get to the crown, because the last time, or a while back, when I drafted it and looked at the inventory in security, counted among the inventory was a paper crown, which very much stood out to me. Right, because I'm not doing that. First, I will also check here. That's fine. I want to check weight room. Yes. Okay. That's what I want to know. Can go there. Use this here. Does this even matter at this point? Take. Do we redraw here? Do I redraw? Still looking for the bunk room, which then still doesn't let us buy out the thing, though. That's the problem. Is I don't think there's any way for us to get enough to buy out the trophy room because we need 210, and this just isn't enough. So we can take the locker room, I guess, and just get a bunch of stuff. Yeah, we're going to do that. Because there could be apples in there, actually. Okay. So what we're going to do... We're going going to do this here. Yeah, we take the veranda here. Cool. Awesome. So now what we're going to do, let's go to the conference room. Pick up all of our keys. Actually, no, we're not. Because we need to go there in a minute anyways. So it's back up to the dining room. It's here to security. And what we then do, reconfirm that this is locked. Good. That's the last room we open. So what we're doing is taking this here, the normal key. Doesn't really matter on any of this, because Sauron Bane, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid. Hi there, raiders. I'm Jay. I'm the host of a show called Vtuber Talk, where I talk to VTubers. But right now, I'm doing some blueprints. We're near the end of a pretty big day where I'm doing a whole lot of nothing. But some apples are going to let me remove some crates from a tunnel, which is a very exciting thing, I assure you. Just trust me, it's actually a big deal. Don't worry about it. It doesn't need to make sense. But welcome on in. Hope you are all having a good day, evening time zone. Sauron, I hope you had a good stream. What were you up to? And for folks who are just stopping in, again, thank you so much. I'm actually going to be doing one of my normal talk shows tomorrow night. I'll be talking with Platinum Meg, which will be very fun indeed. But if you need to take care of yourself, get some rest, get some food, do whatever you need. I'm going to take this here. This lets me get one more room, which then I can get here, which will then give me, really doesn't matter. Is there anything I would... That's interesting. That's very interesting. I think we take the freezer here. Oh, don't worry. I don't understand what I'm doing for the most part either. Yeah, this might be the best freezer I've ever seen. We take the freezer here. Yeah. This gives us a shot. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Yeah. Gosh. Okay. Now then. We are going here. Yes, what's happening is the secret garden. Many, many, many apples are happening. Oh, that's right. Didn't get that, whatever. That's fine. Okay, so now what we're doing is making our way down to the conference room. We're going to pick up all of our stuff. I then want to go back up to the locker room, because there are sometimes apples in those lockers. And I'm going to abuse this for all it's worth. So, we're going to go Is it faster to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-ish? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have steps for days. It doesn't matter. Okay, so we're gonna go over this way. Those doctors won't know what hit them, indeed. While I'm here, I might as well go on and start this. Oh, that's funny. Now, admittedly, I could end up finding more gems and coins here, but so it will go, and that's all right. Yeah, gems and coins. Sad. Oh, well. We had already read all this. Come on, show me at least one apple in here. Oh, boo. Oh, this is insulting. Oh, well. We're so set for... Oh, my gosh. Whatever. This is fine. Apple. Got it. Boom. Amazing. That alone was worth it, but we're about to get more. Okay. The conference room, and let's see what we are picking up. Look at all these keys. Look at all these keys. Oh, no, and gems that can't be used. Oh, well. All right. And how many? 4 apples. Amazing. Amazing. I guess I... Oh, there's another key there. Perfect. Okay. So, now we are going back up to the locker room, just in case to see what is up there. Yes. So, drawing room, pantry, observatory up. Drawing room, pantry. And up we go. Key, sure. Redundancy. Nope. Nothing. Ugh. I'm going to be checking the tunnel after this. Don't worry. Yeah! Let's go! I remembered that you could find apples in here, which is why I chose this one. We'd already found this. We already know what that is. That is actually very useful. Oh my gosh. I'm so... And it's exactly enough keys. Amazing. Orange, I don't care about you, but thanks anyways. Oh well. We already had that. That's fine, but amazing. Just amazing. So, 11 crates. I think it's... No, don't compare oranges to apples. I think the tunnel is clear now. I think it's now completely clear. Holy moly. An 11, a 7, and a 10 day. Back to back. This tunnel just didn't know what hit it. Ooh. No way there's still more. How is there still more? I thought I got all of these. There's so many. How am I... That's so insulting. That's so insulting. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Oh, so frustrating. Also, this is clipping through the wall. Damn. And I even found those extra apples. Ugh. Trying to think of, because, like, is there anywhere else I could find apples? It is very much taunting me. Can trunks have apples? Maybe? Like, I've got the steps for it. What I want to do... Yeah. So it's going to be... How do you get the pump room? So, nook. Going up over pump room. Yeah. Okay. Oop, not there. It's over here. I can't believe it. That's so silly. Just want to make sure there was no remaining. Sorry for the beeping. I knew I was missing one. One more apple, which means it's just one more. Oh, you kidding me? That's absurd. Okay. Pump room. So what we're doing is... Wait, can I do that actually? 6. So all I need to do is... Sorry, let me put this up for my own... Not that one. There we are. Okay, so what I want to do right now, we actually have room because there's only one unit there and we only need to drain 3 more. And I want to keep the reservoir where it is at the end of all this. But what we can do, well, we've already filled the overflow tank. So we've been on the floor of the reservoir. I'm keeping it here normally because that lets me get to the safe house. So what I want to do is... Right, because that 6 is going to go there. So all I need to do... Oh, I can't make it 3. How can I make it 3? That's such a pain. The... How do I do that? Because if I put in 4, and then I put in... Because then I can put in 3 and 1, right? Because this is number 2, which can go to either. So this is fine. So what we do is we do that. Oh, wrong way. All right, so what we're going to do, we drain that, which is fine. And pool is now going to go... or no, because do that. That is fine. On this. And then all I need to do... Good. That puts that there. Right. Good. What I do is I put that there. Oh, right. Yes. Keep messing up which is which. Good. And then we flip. And that should put it right back where we want it. Beautiful. Actually, now I just keep this as my perpetual arrangement. I should have always had this. Okay. Weight boiler weight boiler showroom and over there to the pool. So weight boiler showroom. Music pool. Yes. Yep. All right. Apples? No. Apples? No. Well, it's worth a shot, and now we know that we always have this here, which is nice. Should have done that earlier. Oh, well. So, is that just it? I suppose I can go down once more and see if that one more crate did anything. I don't think it did. I think what it did is it removes the top one. So there's now going to be the perfect row of 4. I literally am one crate away. Literally one crate away. That had the pantry, had an apple and not an orange, I'd have been fine. And there's no other way to get an apple. So I got the one in the classroom. Yeah. Oh, that's just silly. That's so silly. Like, actually absurd. And of course, I can never go to the apple orchard. The apple orchard doesn't have apples. Yeah. It is literally one off. Amazing. Just amazing. Huh. Yeah, if anyone in chat, if there's any other way to get an apple that I am overlooking, please feel free to tell me. Yeah, I didn't think so. Ugh, that's ridiculous. 12 triggers and just one off. One of those oranges in either the conference room or the pantry or finding one in another room, and we would have had it. Ugh. But those are the whims of blueprints, aren't they? Okay. Damn. There's no... No. And I'm proud that I played to the outs with the locker room. Proud that I remembered that. That got us 3 extra apples. Conservatory. Only other thing is to go to security and double check and make sure that there isn't anything that I left in the house. It's our one last out for this. And if it isn't, we go to the break room and call it a day. A very successful, unsuccessful day of nothing of relevance happened today except for 12 boxes being removed, which is very successful. Honestly, that's been the stream of... We removed some 25 boxes, close to 30 boxes, actually. In that otherwise not much. You know, we got Lady Epson's Diary, which honestly had less than I had really hoped it would have. Yeah. Let's go here. Yeah, zero fruit. Broken lever we missed somewhere. But whatever. Ugh, every time, every dang time. Yep. Well, we played to the outs, and we still got really far. It's comically annoying that we didn't get it, but the fact that it was... I think the total for the day is... Actually, wait, do we have it on here? No, because you can't see the experiment results, can you? Oh, wait, I can from the... Go here. No terminal access. View active terminals. Laboratory. That I can see... Research logs. Yeah, we went so few. Yeah, so it was 10, 9, and now 12. So 31 boxes removed from the tunnel tonight. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Frustrating as it is, of just, oh man, what if I had taken, one other action potentially, but that is blueprints. Can't think about that, only think about what you were able to do. And I was able to do some real cool stuff tonight. So, we're gonna go to the break room and call it here. Also knowing that we're gonna have 14 gems and 88 coins, which will instantly spike up to 148 coins. Huh. That's... Day 50 is the day that we have a real shot at buying out the showroom. But that the next Blueprint stream will not be tomorrow, because tomorrow I have a normal show, and it's going to be with Platinum Meg. If you want to keep up with me and find out about whenever I'm streaming, whether it's Blueprints or hosting a talk show or doing ASMR readings of Sherlock Holmes, which I've been thoroughly enjoying, or other games and other things, you can follow me here on Twitch, Twitter, Blue Sky, YouTube, wherever is best for you. As always, I appreciate you all very, very much. So here in the break room, we're going to call it a day. And I will find somebody for you all to raid into. And let's see here. Save and quit. We're gonna look around. Again, I appreciate all of you, whether you were rated in or found your way in on your own, or if you've been one of the regulars. I am so lost in terms of I don't know how far I am in blueprints anymore. There's a couple things that I know just I'm a half step away from some really big things happening in a lot of different places. And I'm just continuing to have fun and figure things out as we go. Let's see. How about we send you to we're going to send you to somebody else who's very chatty. We're going to send you to Ghosty Sage. So, again, 65%. Okay. Neat. Well, again, thank you all so much. Have a great rest of your day. I guess we'll go with the classic of just bloop. No, wait. Eat apples to move crates. So, no, actually, 8 apples to move crates. And then it's sort of a double entendre because it would be the number 8. Teehee. And I don't have any emotes of my own since I never took affiliate. So you can use any that you like from any other streamers or just use some global ones. But that'll be it for me. So see you all tomorrow night with Platinum Mag. And if you're not here, I will hopefully see you all next time. Have a good one.